Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City of College Station City Council meeting. I hereby announce that the date is November 24th, 2025. The time is 6 p.m. No vote or action was taken in the executive session. Therefore, we will return to our regular agenda. And the regular agenda begins with the Pledge of Allegiance, invocation, and I don't think we have any absences, so we won't consider that. After the pledge, please remain standing. Chaplain John Kimbrough from the fire department will give the invocation.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Captain Kimbrough.
Please bow your heads for a word of prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the ways that you have brought us all here together tonight, that you brought us here safely through the rain, and you're going to watch over us as we travel home this evening. We also thank you, Father, for the ways that you brought so many people together that helped to form this city, that helped to serve this city. We thank you for the ways that you keep us safe, that you give us the wisdom to be able to conquer all of the different decisions that we are faced with on a regular daily basis. We thank you that you help us to be able to serve this city well, and we thank you for all those who make us a part of your kingdom. We thank you, Father, for the ways that you watch over us, and we thank you for the ways that you bless us and help our hands to serve your kingdom. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Captain Kimbrough. Appreciate your providing the invocation for us tonight. On the agenda sheet that most of you picked up, you'll see that there is a speaker protocol here. I'll not read that, but I think most of the people that are speaking know that we have a 3-minute limit, and there is a timer there at the speaker's podium, and the sound will cut off at the end of 3 minutes. So we do have several speakers tonight, but first we have a proclamation. Proclamation presentation proclaiming November 2025 is Lung Cancer Awareness Month. And who do we have here? Anish Senthil, Senthil Subramanian, and Prakanya. It's a family, trust me. I'll be right up front. The three of you can come on up. Is the rest of the family here? Come on back here. I'm going to first read the proclamation, and then I'll give you just a minute or so to speak if you wish. Okay, let me read the proclamation. The rest of your family with you here?
No, not today.
Oh, not today. You're by yourself, but you're the official person sponsoring this, right?
Yes.
Okay, and this is a joint proclamation of the two cities and the county. So, proclamation of the offices of the mayors and the county judge. Whereas lung cancer remains the leading cause of cancer-related mortality among men and women in the United States and College Station, surpassing deaths from colon cancer, breast cancer, and prostate cancer combined. And whereas the 5-year survival rate for localized lung cancer is approximately 60%, though only about 24% of lung cancers are diagnosed at this early stage. And whereas funding for lung cancer research significantly lags behind that for many other cancers, necessitating further research into early diagnosis, screening, treatment, and disparities affecting women and marginalized communities. And whereas African Americans experience the highest incidence and mortality rates of lung cancer among all racial groups, with notable disparities in screening, diagnosis, treatment, and outcomes for African Americans and other racial minorities. Whereas lung cancer in never smokers ranks as the seventh leading cause of cancer-related deaths, accounting for 17,000 to 26,000 annual deaths in the U.S., with 60 to 70% of those diagnosed being women, and an increasing proportion of diagnoses occurring in never smokers. And whereas the stigma associated with lung cancer poses barriers to early diagnosis, treatment options, funding for research, and impacts the quality of life for those diagnosed, while also impeding awareness and investigation of non-smoking related risk factors. And whereas organizations in College Station, Bryan, and Brazos County include the American Lung Cancer Screening Initiative and Women's Lung Cancer Forum, are dedicated to raising awareness about lung cancer, promoting lung cancer screening, and striving to increase screening rates within those the communities. Now, therefore, I, John P. Nichols, Mayor of City College Station, Texas, and Bobby Gutierrez, Mayor of City of Bryan, and Kyle Cassell, Acting County Judge of Brazos County, acting on behalf of the respective councils and commissioners' courts, do hereby proclaim November 2025 as Lung Cancer Awareness Month and recognize the need for research in lung cancer affecting women, veterans, and racial minorities, and lung cancer health disparities, and encourage all citizens to learn about lung cancer and early detection through lung cancer screening, signed by myself, the Mayor of Bryan, Bobby Gutierrez, and the Acting County Judge, Kyle Cassell. On behalf of them, I present this to you, and you wish to say a word or two, I'm happy to give you the microphone for a minute or so, if you'd like to make comments or so. Do you wish?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mayor Nichols, Mayor Gutierrez, and Judge Castle for taking the time to recognize National Lung Cancer Awareness Month and reading this proclamation today. I'm truly grateful for your support and for your commitment to the health of everyone in Brazos Valley. Proclamations like this may seem small, but they make a very real impact. They open the door for awareness, conversation, and action. Lung cancer is the #1 cause of cancer death in the United States, and that includes right here in our own community. One of the biggest challenges we face is that most people don't realize they should be getting screened, or they don't know what screening even exists. A lot of people don't feel symptoms until the cancer is already in a later stage, so early detection is absolutely essential. Low-dose CT screening is a simple scan that can find lung cancer early when treatment is most effective. Yet nationally, less than 6% of eligible individuals get screened, and in Texas, the rate is under 2%. That's why awareness matters so much. When leaders like you publicly recognize this issue, it encourages families, doctors, and entire communities to talk about screening, to learn the guidelines, and protect the people they love. The American Lung Cancer Screening Initiative is honored to partner with College Station, Bryan, and Brazos County, and we're excited to continue raising awareness here. Whether it's through community events, sharing screening information, or even filming a short public service announcement in the future, we look forward to working together to help save lives through early detection. Thank you again for your leadership, your time, and your dedication to the health of this community.
Thank you, Anish. We'll get a photo here. Come back in the center of this, and you can hold this, and if you want to put that piece of paper right behind it. So what we're looking at is that. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, we move on to the next item on our agenda, which is item 6, hear visitors, and I have 3 persons signed up. I'll take them in the order that they are listed here. Ms. Fuller, Ellen Fuller is here, is representing several different people over the years, several different organizations, but let's see what we have today. Welcome, Ellen.
Thank you, Mayor Nichols, sorry. I'm thrilled you have the picture up there. Reese Across America, Brazos Valley would like to thank the Parks and Rec Department of College Station. Where's Jean? Come on. For their support of our efforts to remember, honor, and teach about the service and sacrifice of our veterans and their families. Since coming to the Brazos Valley in 2015, Parks and Rec has helped us with our annual Reese Across America ceremony at the Aggie Field of Honor Memorial Cemetery Chapel, which is time-synced with 5,610 other Reese Across America locations nationwide and 646 Reese Across America locations in Texas, as well as assistance with our flag placements for Memorial Day and Veterans Day on veterans' graves. Parks and Rec help with the Wall That Heals Aggieland at Veterans Park in 2023 for the 50th anniversary of the end of the Vietnam War was the key to its success, especially given the weather challenges. As such, Reese Across America Brazos Valley would like to donate 3 by 3-inch medallions with the QR code for Find a Grave, also known as Facebook for the Dead, for the city markers at both city cemeteries to assist families, friends, and others in locating loved ones. Find a Grave may be personalized with photos, bios, GPS coordinates, and related family members. This international website is supported by local volunteers. We are coordinating with the Carnegie Library for educational programs in 2026 for Find a Grave. We have used it for the 321 veterans at Aggie Field of Honor Memorial Cemetery and 1,002 veterans at City of College Station Cemetery. The community is invited to attend our 11th annual Reese Across America ceremony, followed by wreath placements on Saturday, December the 13th at 11 a.m. I think you have the graphic of it, but maybe not,
It's on the screen.
of the
Of that.
Find a Grave. Anyway, this is what it looks like. And it will fit perfectly.
Oh, there it is. It's on the screen
Oh,
now.
good, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Jeremy. Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you very much. We love living in Aggieland, even though we're Hokies. So,
Thank you, Ms. Fuller.
happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation of that and being here. I'm sure you'll work with the Parks Department on the placement of that.
Absolutely.
Very good.
Thank you. And I have challenge coins for you guys. Can I go up and down the line real quick?
Yep. Thank you. Next will be Neo Zhang. Welcome, sir.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Neo Zhang, a resident of the Edelweiss Estate neighborhood. I'd like to begin with an idea that has guided a lot of my thinking recently about how cities grow. Namely, children are an indicator species for cities. Tim Gill reminds us that visible presence of children in public spaces is a sign of a healthy human habitat. And former Bogota Mayor Enrique Peñalosa observed that if we build a successful city for our children, we build a successful city for everyone. These ideas offer a clear, practical ways to understand whether our streets, crossings, and pathways truly serve the people who rely on them most. I've seen this firsthand here in College Station. Early 2024, soon after the reconfigured Wellborn-Deacon intersection opened, our daughter, back then 8 years old, asked if she could go visit her cousin, 10 years old back then, who lives on the other side of the railroad tracks. 7 lanes of traffic, a railroad, and 2.5-mile route she knew from riding with me. With her pink purse and a handwritten list of street names, she set off on her own bike by herself. For about 20 minutes, we trusted the city's design, and we trusted our community enough to let her go. Then came the text from my sister-in-law, surprised, delighted, and proud that her niece made it all on her own. That's what a well-functioning transportation system makes possible: independence for children and peace of mind for parents. And we are grateful for the city staff whose work made this moment possible. Next slide. Thanks. As the city updates the active transportation master plan, I hope we can approach it with this understanding, that active transportation begins long before driver's ed. Nearly 20% of this town are under age 18. When we make it safe and practical for children to walk, bike, roll to everyday destinations, we make it safer and more convenient for everyone: parents with strollers, seniors on a walk, people with disabilities, and anybody who wants an option not to have to drive so much everywhere. This isn't about dramatic reinvention. It's about building on what already works. Safer school area crossings, continuous sidewalks, protected bikeways where they fit, the stronger connections between neighborhoods, parks, and schools. Youth mobility is a useful lens that helps us prioritize projects with the greatest long-term benefits for the greatest number of residents. So my request tonight is simple. Please incorporate youth mobility as a guiding principle in the updated master plan. It reflects our demographics, it strengthens what we already have built, it ensures that more families can feel the same confidence that we.
Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Appreciate your presentation. Next, third person on here visitors is Cy Williams. Mr. Williams, I understand you're not speaking on the later item on parking, correct?
That is correct, sir. Just
Okay.
something very specific.
May proceed.
Mayor Nichols, members of City Council, thank you for hearing me. Recently, we had a public hearing for my neighborhood. I was unable to attend for work. I travel a lot. I guess whatever resolution policy was passed, some restrictive parking was put in place in a very small area of my neighborhood. This was due to parents in the surrounding areas parking every day, creating some havoc in the neighborhood, trying to pick their kids up from school. Not people who lived in my neighborhood, but others in the surrounding. I would say that I fully support what happened. I understand how it came about. Our neighborhood has been less congested. It has been safer. It was a matter of public safety that those restrictions be put in place. My only reason for being here is to ask for a variance in the policy statute. I don't know how that was enacted. I don't know what that looks like legally. That allows residents in that restricted area to have a permit to be able to park in front of our own homes, so that we are not moving our vehicles multiple times a week, potentially a day, and getting ticketed for parking in front of our own homes. So that's all I have, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I'll refer that to staff. Somebody will follow up with him. As I recall that item, and I believe it's in the Creek Meadows area near the elementary school, and there was an adjustment made during that discussion that did allow some changes, but it obviously didn't account for what you're asking for, and I'm not sure that can be done. But I'll leave that to staff to follow up. Your name and address is available through City Secretary, I assume. Okay, well, that's our Here Visitors portion. We move now to the consent agenda, which I count 8 items on, 7.1 through 7.8. 2 people have signed up to speak on item 7.6, so I'm going to have that one all automatically pulled for them to speak, but council members may wish to pull any others that they wish to speak to.
Very briefly,
Question?
Mayor, 4, 5, and 8, please.
4, 5, and 8. Okay, any others? 7.4 is presentation, discussion, possible action regarding an ordinance temporarily amending Chapter 36, Traffic and Vehicles, Articles 7, Traffic Schedules, Section 38.38-1013, Traffic Schedule 13, Temporary Speed Limits of the Code of Ordinance, City College Station, regarding speed limits on State Highway 6. Emily Fisher, this one is yours. You have a question for staff? Mr. Yancey.
Howdy, Emily. Thanks for all you do for the city of College Station. This is not our roadway, but we have to, this is largely for public consumption, some of the questions I received. We have to take this action. Can you please explain why?
Sure. So the item is for a temporary speed reduction on State Highway 6 and frontage roads during the construction. This State Highway 6 is an access-controlled highway, which the state mandates the permanent speed limits and leaves temporary speed limits to the cities. So this is just a way to, one, lower the speed limit for the safety of everyone and for us to be able to enforce it.
While it's under construction, of course.
Yes.
And they recommended to us, TxDOT did in writing, that we go to 60 on the highway and a mix of 40 and 45 on the frontage road, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item 7.5 for Mr. Baloo. Presentation, discussion, possible action on a construction contract with Playwell Group Incorporated and Playworks Incorporated for the demo and installation of 3 playgrounds at Castlegate Park, Mary Oaks Park, and Southern Oaks Park in the amount of $546,591.95, plus the city's contingency of $54,659.19, for a total appropriation of $601,251.14. Mr. Baloo and Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Baloo. First, an observation and then a question for you, sir. If everyone will take a moment and look at page 206 of your packet, that's where the quotations for this equipment begin. And it's through a group purchasing organization. And if you'll look at the top line item of each quote, you'll notice it says a contract number through the buy board and $0 and 0 cents. I'd like to point out that while that technically may be true, there is an embedded fee of 3%, in this case $18,000, that the city will pay to the buy board in return for their negotiation services. And I just know that our city staff could do a better job. Now to my question, Mr. Baloo, is this part of the program that we talked about here on the dais, whereby we were going to do small or micro upgrades to parks each and every, or is this just a routine replacement of Playscape?
It's a little bit of both. We are working through our asset management in replacing playgrounds as they get older. And these 3 were identified as the most used and oldest for currently to be replaced. We have several playgrounds throughout the next year that will also get replaced in addition to these.
And the parks that are affected, Castlegate Park, Mary Oaks Park, and Southern Oaks Park, do you anticipate when the next round or tranche of parks upgrades will be?
The goal is to bring the next round in the early next year, and then it takes about 4 to 5 months to replace each playground.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Well, as long as you're on a roll, you said 7.8. Is that your other one?
Yes, sir.
Well, why don't we do that, and then I'll come back to 7.6.
Right.
7.8, Mr. Couch, or Mr. Beatty is going to be here. This is a presentation, discussion, possible action to authorize the purchase of the Andros Spartan bomb robot in the amount of $335,138 from Peraton Remoto Tech for the College Station Police Department Bomb Squad. And Mr. Sean Beatty is here to answer the question.
Thank you very much, sir, for
Yes, sir.
the risk you take in protecting us day in and day out. I really appreciate your service. I went through Citizens Police Academy, and they talked about how old and beat up the bomb disposal robot was, and a lot of its functionality had fallen off, and they had new features with the new ones that 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 one didn't have or couldn't be upgraded to. And so I just wanted to give you an opportunity for so the citizens know just how committed we are to public safety. Tell us a little bit about this robot and why it's important we do this at this time.
Absolutely, sir. So I'm Lieutenant Sean Beatty. I'm currently the Special Operations Commander for the Police Department. That's over the SWAT team, the bomb squad, hostage negotiation team, community enhancement, and special events. This particular item, our current bomb robot, is 18 years old. We've had that for a long time. Wear and tear on that device has just accumulated over time. We've even had to go out and had special parts manufactured through metalwork because they just don't produce replacement parts for that device anymore. The new robot, in addition, upgrades many of the capabilities that we currently have. I can go into detail on that if you would like me to, or just kind of give there's a lot to it, but.
The mayor wouldn't allow us probably, but just.
Well, we can talk forever.
We'll meet up
Some
offline.
of the capabilities, like the battery life on the old robot, gives you about 45 minutes of operation time. The new robot's going to give you about 4 hours of operation time. So a lot more time to go, and just so everyone understands the purpose of what a bomb robot does. It goes to the device instead of our bomb techs having to walk up to the device, right? So now we're sending the robot up, so our bomb techs don't have to close distance on that and handle that device. The bomb robot has an articulating claw arm. The new one that has the capability can even reach behind doors. Whatever articulating movement you use to reach in to grab the device, it's got an automatic reversal, so it automatically reverses that exact same movement out. They're really designed to disrupt. It's called a pan disruption device, right? That's a percussion-activated non-electric disruption, which basically means it uses a water charge or a shotgun shell to breach the device so you don't have an explosion. It basically renders that device inert away from everybody else. So you can transport the device, use the pan disruptor to then make that device inert. It's got 6 cameras instead of the 4 that our ones currently have. Those cameras are much higher grade because technology has increased in camera operation over the last 18 years significantly. Those cameras actually give them a great point of view when they're manipulating devices or observing devices. It actually has a attachment to put our current X-ray machine on the robot itself so we can take photos and X-ray photos of that device and not have to go manipulate it. Historically, we've had to actually walk up with an X-ray machine, place it around the device, walk back, and then take the photo of it. So a lot of capabilities that we don't currently have. And to upgrade that thing, we do serve an 8-county region with the COG, with our bomb unit. We work closely with other bomb units. It's kind of a niche, small group of individuals that do that. So it's going to get a lot of service with us.
Thank you, Mr. Beatty. Are there any further questions, comments? Thank you very much for your presentation and
Thank you.
summary of that item. I do have 2 people that wish to speak to item number 7.6. Mr. Meckler or somebody from Water. Mr. Maldonado is here. I'm not sure what the speakers have to say, so we'll see. This is item 7.6, presentation, discussion, possible action, and approval of a cost-sharing interlocal agreement with Texas A&M System, the City of College Station, City of Bryan, and the Brazos Valley Groundwater Conservation District to jointly fund a socioeconomic study assessing the impacts of various desired future condition scenarios on the communities and the economies of the Brazos and Robertson counties in support of balanced water management and sustainability. College Station's 25% share of this total study cost will be $46,300. I have Mr. Robert Rose, will be followed by Nicole Gallucci, who wish to speak to council on this item. Mr. Maldonado, you may wish to come forward and be in the front row in case you need to. Come on forward, Robert. This is an item that you've asked to speak to, so I'll just have Mr. Maldonado stand by.
Okay. Yes, sir, Mayor, Council, Robert Rose, currently of the Crescent Point neighborhood and College Station. Also wish to acknowledge residents who are listening in the media and wish everyone happy holidays in this season. So thank you for allowing me to speak to this issue tonight. I've been a 55-year resident of Bryan College Station, and am going to be an incoming graduate student in urban planning at Texas A&M next year. So, as you know, the Texas Legislature and the Texas Water Development Board are both very concerned about water availability. And in the 2022 report by the Texas Water Development Board, they forecast that as early as 2030, many cities and towns in Texas will be in a very bad way for water, that the demand will exceed supply. 2030, obviously that's right around the corner. So my recommendation is this tonight. The ask is that in addition to the study, we identify at least 2 or 3 projects, possibly with the help of the consultants who are doing the study, 2 or 3 projects that we can aggressively pursue starting in 2026 to assure better water availability for the residents of College Station. Something affirmative that we can do, and hopefully get ahead of this before the consultants tell us how bad it's going to be in 4 or 5 years. So let's start now. Let's not wait to hear how bad it's going to be. Let's start doing something now. And that could include surface water projects. That could include reclaimed water projects. It could include xeriscaping requirements for new development and possibly incentives for existing development. It could include increased vegetative planting to cool our cities, as well as cool roof requirements, such as they have in the Dallas area. So there's a plethora of things that we could do that we're not doing, and I think we should identify 2 or 3 things that we can start doing in 2026 to hopefully get ahead of this. Let's look for a moment at Santa Fe, New Mexico. Since the 1990s, they've consistently decreased their per capita water usage over the past 30 years. They've done this. We can do the same. If they can do it, we can do it. We've got right across the street one of the top engineering schools in the country. Fearless on every front. Let's pursue it. Let's get ahead of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rose. Nicole Gallucci. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to y'all tonight. My name is Nicole Gallucci, and as a concerned and informed local resident from Precinct 2, I'm here about the Joint Water Management Study. As opposed to speculating on how bad things are going to get as a result of these water shortages, let's focus instead on what we can do in real time to mitigate the incoming effects. Based on the lawsuit just settled by College Station, Bryan, and A&M, I believe we're all in agreement that we are facing a water crisis in both the state and at our local region level. Let's commission a study on what the most effective policy decisions might be, including programs we can implement to combat the water shortage problem in the now and in the future. In addition to this study, let's pick 3 projects that we can initiate in 2026. We can re-steer the study to focus on what policies and programs we need to implement as opposed to guessing about how bad things are going to get. Let's make the most of responsible use of our funding with this study. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gallucci. Okay, that is individuals who signed up to speak. Assuming that no one from council asked to speak, I appreciate the input, and I think Mr. Maldonado has taken note of that. Do you have anything further to add, or would you like to comment on the study, what's planned?
Sure. One of the scope items in this study is to actually look at alternative water supplies. That will be part of the socioeconomic impact analysis, is to say if we were to have to use another water supply, here are the impacts to the economy of Robertson and Brazos County. And then also just to clarify, yes, the Texas State Water Plan does talk through shortages in certain areas of Texas for our specific counties and our local groundwater district. That was part of the settlement agreement, was to push some of those cutbacks, or what we called curtailment, back to around 2050, 2060 timeframe. What this is going to do is if we lower this threshold, this DFC, what the cover sheet talks about, then that can get pushed out to maybe 2080 or beyond. So that's kind of the point of it, is we'll give information to the Board of Officials, GMA 12. They'll need to pass it by 2/3 vote to lower the DFC. We're making a case that, hey, if you lowered it another 20, 30, 40 feet, you could push that potential curtailment date back by 20 or 30 years. So that's kind of the point of the study.
And on the speaker's questions, suggestions rather, that we look at alternative tactics that we could employ now in order to kind of mitigate or head off the problem to a certain extent. Might you in the future come before? I mean, I'm sure we're doing a lot. I don't know what all we're doing. Are we going to get an update at some point on?
Yeah,
water?
we do a annual water update, sometimes multiple times a year, and we do show a lot of that data. And holistically, we do and have tracked down our per capita usage for a long time has gone down. But obviously, you have population that comes up and things that we still have to deal with. Some of the stuff that has been mentioned, we have certainly been looking into for years, reuse and different types of programs with new development or existing, in addition to things like the 3 new wells that we're building for additional production and what this is, which is kind of a regulatory piece that affects the physical part. But we do annually, I mean, we have for most departments, but we have one that we do for water, and we actually show a lot of that, not just what efforts we have going on, but what the actual numbers look like, the trend over the last 10, 20 years.
When's the next one due, City Manager, please?
So we were supposed to do one about a month or two ago, and we had so much on the agenda. We've pushed it to we'll probably do it right after the first of the year. So,
thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further discussion, thank you, Mr. Maldonado. We have before us the consent agenda 7.1 through 7.8. Chair will entertain a motion to approve all of the items on the consent agenda.
I move approval of all items.
Mr. Smith made a motion, seconded by Mr. White. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to approve the items as noted indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We've approved the consent agenda, and I thank those that spoke to us and added some underlying comments and thoughts as well. Item 8.1, we're moving on to the workshop agenda. Mr. Brian Piskacek, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding 2024 incentive compliance report by the Greater Brazos Partnership.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Brian Piskacek with Economic Development and Tourism. Each year, the Greater Brazos Partnership presents an annual compliance report to the City Council and other partners regarding projects managed through the organization. These often require collaborative participation by various public entities, and GBP plays an integral role in their ultimate success, not only with the initial announcements, but through continued engagement and support. So tonight, we are joined by Salman Khan, Interim President and CEO of the Greater Brazos Partnership, along with Nick Lacala, a consultant with Ryan LLC. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Khan.
Welcome, Salman.
Good evening, councilors. Thank you for your time and your support. For 2024, one project under agreement was monitored for compliance by the Greater Brazos Partnership on behalf of the City of College Station. We've asked Ryan Inc. to prepare the compliance report for 2024. So I have invited Nicholas Lacola from Ryan Inc., and he will present on this project.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nick Lacola, and I'm here on behalf of Ryan, and we've been engaged with the Greater Brazos Partnership to report on the compliance for 2024. And if we could go to the next slide, please, for Fujifilm we'll be looking at today. And so there is no compliance for 2024 as there's been an amendment to the actual agreement. So if you look at our charts over here, we are looking to move for 3 more years of compliance. It will begin in 2028. That will be the first year of compliance, but that will be reporting in 2029. A few changes to the agreement are an additional $30 million in capital investments to an agreement as well as after 3 years of completion of the project, there'll be 150 new full-time jobs with an average of $80,000 in salary, and to continue with the baseline of 600 jobs. And they currently have 778. And I'm here also for any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Lucola? This is an item that you may recall we discussed when we amended this agreement. Seeing no questions, this is the only, referring back to Solomon and Brian, this is the only project that we have an agreement on as far as incentives, correct? Okay. I don't see any questions here, so I guess we're to accept this report. Is that the idea, Brian? Okay. Thank you very much. It looks like there are no questions. We're familiar with it since we did discuss it quite extensively a couple months ago when we amended this.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, and happy holidays.
Thank you. Chair will entertain a motion to approve this report.
I, William Wright, move to approve this report.
Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry, William. I was looking around. Who is this talking? Okay, it's you?
It's me.
William Wright just made a motion to approve it. Do I hear a second? A second for Mr. Schaefer. Okay. Any further conversation? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, all of you, for being here for that rather brief presentation, but it's important for us to keep track of those items. Mr. Armstrong, item 8.2, presentation, discussion, and possible action on the family definition and shared housing. Enlighten us, sir.
I will try. Good evening, Council. Anthony Armstrong, Planning and Development Services. So this item tonight I'm going to present as one item. It is kind of two separate topics, if you will. They are related in terms of the conversation. You'll remember we brought back the change in the definition of family to Council a few meetings ago, I think about a month and a half ago or so, and that was to come into compliance with state law, so Senate Bill 1567. We had to kind of remove any relation to occupancy. What that also did at the same time is it basically halted, if you will, the city's ability to enforce what we called shared housing. So similar to the RU and the WHO and all that conversation, the definition of shared housing we'll go over in a bit was basically more or less invalidated by that change from the state legislation. And so council asked for two things that I'm bringing back with this item. One is some options, or if we wanted to look at the definition of family and how you might want that changed, if you want that changed. The second was what are some things we can do to kind of revitalize shared housing as a designation going forward. So I'm going to start with family. Hopefully that's the easier one. So on the left-hand side, that's what the definition was changed to, the definition of family. So it's just any number of persons occupying a single dwelling unit. That's pretty plain, pretty easy definition. We did some research on some other ways to describe or define family. On the right-hand side there, so a functional family kind of breaks down into a couple different models. The privacy model is really where you just define a family by that they live and cook together, so you don't, there's no asking, right? It doesn't relate to occupancy, you're just calling them, it's kind of a household argument. These are all kind of similar. The character model is more of a, I think what we heard in response to our change in the definition, the character model really talks about you function as a standard family, colloquially speaking. So you've got, it's two people with their kids, et cetera. That's a character model. That's not allowed. That kind of definition would not be allowed with 1567. And then you have a density model, which is really what the state kind of told us to move towards. So that's where you define family or occupancy in a structure based on physical characteristics or the density of an area, so many people per a room or so many people per square feet. Some other kind of terminologies we heard was intentional community, kind of the same thing as functional family. And then more popular was single housekeeping unit or a household or household unit. Again, 1567, Senate Bill 1567 affected a number of other communities, so we looked at a couple. When we looked at the city of McKinney, they basically just took out the word family from their definition section and they changed everything to household. This is one thing that we talked about doing It was just significantly more cumbersome. It was a lot easier just to change the definition of family and then kind of move from there to get us into compliance. Given that we were a target of the legislation, it was kind of the easiest way to kind of get ourselves out of that crosshair and keep moving forward. Both Richardson and San Marcos were some other cities this affects. We looked at them. Waco, they haven't made any change. They have a statement on their websites, kind of how it affects them. They're under the same issues we are, but they hadn't made any changes. And the city of Bryan actually doesn't define family. They define single-family dwelling units. They define households. And so really, I think going forward, if council wants to look at a definition of family, we would recommend either A, keeping it as it is. It's the easiest way to kind of make sure that from a UDO standpoint, we don't get ourselves into trouble with the state legislation. It doesn't change what people consider to be a family. So there are other things the city does, CDBG funds, there's other types of efforts the city goes about where when we use the term family, we mean what we all kind of think and know as what a family is or what that standardly means. The zoning ordinance is very specific. The UDO is very specific. It just applies to how we enact that code. And so it doesn't have an overarching effect or issue on how we can still enforce other legislation and without the code. There's also a number of things related to family that'll in the code, and shared housing being number one. We have a lot of terminology throughout the UDO where we use the term family. So we could go back and change that to household. We could do a number of things. But in a lot of the cases that we use the word family, we are using it in this occupancy-related fashion. So this doesn't say no more than 4 unrelated, but it is in direct pointing to that category. We defined family as no more than 4 people, and so we have several definitions throughout the code that have the same kind of verbiage you see boxed in red, where we said if you exceed 1 family. Obviously, with the new definition of family, you can't have more than 1 family in a structure because we said if you live in a structure, you're a family. So there's some conflicts there that we can dive into now with shared housing. But again, if you want to change the definition of family from a legal standpoint, we would recommend you not, or if we do, we'd need to go back and look at, we'd probably be changing to something like household, defining that term a little differently, and we just kind of strip family as a term from the UDO. So to kind of dovetail that into shared housing, this is the current definition for shared housing. Again, like I just talked about, the definition no longer works. Because of how family has to be defined, you can't have more than 1 family under a roof because everyone under 1 roof is a family. So if we want to reactivate, so to speak, shared housing and be able to permit and enforce around that, really permitting around this, we can keep these same criteria that you see. So again, if something's more than 4 bedrooms, if there's a bed bath parity, it's a lot of this is kind of physical characteristics that we saw over time. A couple of options that have been talked about from the state level and some other things that we've kind of sat in as staff now that we've seen shared housing really develop, middle housing kind of take a hold of the community in different areas. We've been able to learn some things off of that and maybe iterate. So state law and the building code, as it relates to occupancy, talks about, it really follows the International Property Maintenance Code. So that's if you have a 70 square foot bedroom, which a bedroom has to have a door and a window, it has to be at least 70 square feet for 1 person to be in it. Every other person is 50 square feet. So I have 2 people in a room, I need 100 square feet. If I have 3 people in a room, I need 150 square feet. However, I can't go beyond that because even the state of Texas, state law caps you at 3 people allowed in a bedroom. And so that's just a pure number that's not based on your relational status. It's a pure number of people in a bedroom is capped at 3. So that's what's already on the books. When we talk about potential additions on what you could add to the definition of shared housing, if you wanted to make it not necessarily apply holistically across the whole city, but try to pinpoint a certain type of construction, again, we need to keep it something physical in nature. So one thing is if there's an absence of a master bedroom, when we talk about these stealth dormitories or kind of student living facilities, again, they typically don't have a master bedroom. They're all the same size bedroom, the same size bathroom. It's a very kind of cookie cutter design. That could be an option to add. Right now with impervious cover, what we see a lot of times is they provide an engineered report to go beyond the allowed impervious cover limit. That was an allowance added with impervious cover. You could remove that for certain types of uses or certain areas, or just in general. That would help kind of curtail the issue there. You could give more power to how you, the administrator's interpretation of what a use is, and then you would just grant an appeal option to that. So basically, if someone came in and if something was submitted and staff's out there and they called the duck a duck, then we would be able to do that, and essentially we would just have an appeal option for someone to come and prove otherwise in some way, shape, or form. Another one that's probably more so in lines of what different staff members would be thinking would be classifying these as congregate living facilities. What that really does is it allows for the fire sprinkler component. And so obviously when we've got these structures that are broaching really 8 to even 11, we've seen bedrooms in one unit, you start potentially having issues or concerns with just fire coverage and the ability for something to go wrong. Right now, they're still classified as a single-family use, and so that isn't, by state law, that's not required to be sprinklered. You could change that where we classify this use of shared housing as a congregate living facility. That's a term out of the International Building Code for anything that is under 16 people in a structure. That would allow us to sprinkle the building, or that we require the building to be sprinkled. It would be considered multifamily. And they can do that. We could make an amendment to where it's a residential sprinkler option, so it's a lot cheaper. It's not a commercial grade system, but it's, in essence, you go throughout the building, some extra plumbing, and some extra fixtures, and you get some sprinkler options in the unit. You could require additional parking when there's no garage. Another thing you can do with parking is you can actually cap the number of vehicles allowed on a site. It's very rarely, if not ever, done. Obviously, there's a lot of concerns with that, and parking is another item for tonight, but you could cap the number of visible vehicles on a lot. Lots of things to go down there with that discussion, but that's an option. Additionally, if there's any ideas that council has or any things that you want us to go investigate, we're happy to do that too. With that, that's basically my presentation. This was really an opportunity for council to discuss. There is no formal recommendation with this. It's really an opportunity for council to ask questions, discuss, or have ideas about what you want to see staff go forward with. Again, kind of two different things here, that any change you want to see to the definition of family, and then do you want to see anything change to the definition of shared housing to try to make it enforceable?
Let me just start with what I think is a general question. Maybe many of us have, certainly I do. Why would any builder or developer, under the current definition of family, which we now have, why would they ask for a shared housing designation if they could build whatever they wanted to build with, under that family definition? It doesn't include any limit of number of people.
Correct, and that
could build it under the standard building and code.
Yeah, so right now the definition isn't for shared housing because of the definition and the changes to family. We cannot enforce it. So it used to be if you came in, we could determine, hey, you're a shared housing use. We would tell you. You didn't get the option to pick that. We would tell you you are a shared housing use. You can only go in XYZ zoning districts. You're only allowed in a certain area per the code, per the use table. When this went away, now those structures, again, family is any people under one unit, you could build those structures again in any area. So we kind of basically erased the last 5 years of efforts and went back to what we were before then. This item would be is that if you want to bring that back as an option, we would have to change the definition of shared housing so that when something comes to get permitted across our desk, we can tell it, or that person, we can tell them you are a shared housing use. You can't go in a single family neighborhood, or you can't go over here. You have to go in middle housing or multifamily or something like that.
Oh, okay. So the city still has that option?
Correct.
Everybody has to submit building plans, I gather, right?
Correct.
And so the administrator is responsible for evaluating those building plans against a checklist, just like you did before.
Right. Anytime someone submits any sort of permit, we look at that from both a use standpoint and then obviously from a code standpoint for physical, it's got to meet certain codes for plumbing, electrical, whatever, but we also look at it from a use. We can make a determination on the use of a property, and that's what can designate if you're allowed or not in that zoning district.
Okay, so we could still designate a property based on the housing, based on the building plans, that this is a shared use house.
Correct.
Therefore, we can't limit the number of people in it, right?
You cannot limit it based on occupancy, but you could limit it based on physical factors.
Physical factors, which includes those and the suggestions about some others.
Correct.
Okay, now I guess I thought maybe there wouldn't be any demand for a shared housing designation, but if the city can still enforce a redefined shared housing, then I guess maybe there's basis for discussion. I'll ask for the council to, Mr. Smith, we'll start with you.
I'll start. A couple of different directions. Just to start off on the family definition, I understand what the staff is, what we did before, and you know, it gets us where we need to be with regard to the state legislation, and I understand that it doesn't affect what I consider a family to be. This has to do with the UDO and how we administer it, and I'm perfectly fine with the current definition. I would like to be able to relook at the shared housing idea and incorporate that somewhere. I like the congregate housing designation. I like that idea because that's really what they are. And I think that it makes sense to be able to identify and call something what it is by its characteristics, and then be able to say these are allowed in this zone, and like the middle housing zone or more dense, and anything below that density doesn't allow this type of structure.
Mr. Wright?
Excuse me. Yeah, I'd say I agree with what Mark said. I like this idea of the congregate living facility. I guess you can't retroactively go in places that require sprinkling, but I guess anything moving forward that would make sense. I like that. I like the stuff you've laid out here. I think these are good options. I think these are good things we should roll with. I don't really want to go down and have an opinion on each part of it, but I like everything you're putting out here and the idea of the congregate living facilities.
Mr. White?
Anthony, thank you. Fascinating topic, a lot of interesting parts. Let me ask you a couple of questions. First of all, I go back to McKinney. Does changing the word to household take care of a lot of the issues when you talk about shared housing? If you go back to that one slide.
It would not, this slide?
That one right there, yeah.
It does not, because we would still have a definition of family as one. So we would have to change this definition no matter what. We'd have to go in here and we could say, we'd have to change, we wouldn't be talking about exceeding a level of a household or a family. We would change it to be more just criteria based. We'd probably lose a lot of the sentencing at the beginning here and really just have points about what a shared housing facility is, or even change it to be a congregate living facility or something like that.
So what are our options that would provide the most density into these definitions? I mean, would it go back to the building code and per square footage? Is that kind of the answer to get the most density into a home?
To get the most density into a home?
Get as many people into a home. Let's go back to your definition, first page. So basically, a family is any number of persons occupying a single dwelling unit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what is the parameters from your opinion that would get as many people into a single dwelling unit? See what I'm saying? So let me ask it a different way. How does Bryan not have a definition? How can any city not have a definition?
Yeah, so there's actually there's a plethora, I would say, of definitions within the UDO that are not defined. And if they aren't individually defined in our UDO, they're just the common dictionary definition. And so there are several things throughout our ordinances, other city ordinances, that they don't define them. I think what we ran into when we went to go change the definition of family, we talked about stripping it out entirely, which we still could do. But the definition of family in the dictionary includes relatedness.
What would it look like if we stripped it down? You said we could do that. What would that look like in all of our ordinances?
We would just take out the definition of family, and we would just be kind of moving forward as it's a mute point, really.
As a moot point, and the parameters that we would be under would be the parameters from the IBCP or the building code or something like that, correct?
From an occupancy standpoint,
From an occupancy
correct.
standpoint,
Yes.
right. So the number of people in that dwelling would be determined by that code.
Correct.
By that criteria. From.
But, which again, that's, if you have a 150 square foot bedroom, you're at the state cap of 3 per bedroom. And on average, you probably have a 200 square foot bedroom, and in the units that you're talking about, you're having about a 200 square foot bedroom on average. So you're already well beyond any sort of limitation there.
So what if we just do away with family? I mean,
Certainly could. It'd make my job easier.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. McElhaney, you ready? Or are you going to pass the baton?
I could go for a while on this one, but I do like Anthony's points as to focusing on use versus the type of structure. And I would like to see us tighten this up some so there is a functional difference between a single-family residential home. Can I call it that, Anthony?
You can.
Does it mean anything? Because I feel like it doesn't mean anything anymore, and I take offense at that. And something that's intended for multifamily or congregate use, like you pointed out. I did not realize that would automatically trigger the sprinkler, but that's a great safety piece that's lacking when we're packing people in. Do we still have on the books the more than 5 bedroom gets reviewed by, I guess, you, and you're looking for the bed bath parity and you can shut those down? Is that, how many times have we denied a permit based on that particular?
Before or after September 1?
Just is that something you see regularly, or is that a decision that you make regularly, or is that something that just comes up?
So before, when I would say after we created shared housing and it became something we started reviewing, there was probably 4 that I can think of off my head that we had to have a lot of back and forth with to force it down into something that was truly not breaking the letter of the law. And then since kind of the inability to regulate shared housing, we've had 1. So I think what we saw is once we defined everything and we gave them a place to go, we created middle housing, we created the high occupancy overlay, we called shared housing what it is. People, they just started building them where they were supposed to go. So you didn't see, it was rare. Again, basically we had it for about, a little over 2 years. I saw essentially 1 every 6 months that we had to have a fight about and go back and forth on. But really, once we said, hey, this is what it is, this is where you go, people just followed the rules. And they wanted to do the right thing. They went forward and they built them where they were supposed to be built per the code. And we haven't really seen, I think, a lot of, we haven't seen a push to go back against that. I think middle housing, the active rezonings the city did as a whole helped provide areas where it's like, hey, we're wanting to make it acceptable here. We want to promote you going here. And I think we've seen that.
What is and this is me just playing devil's advocate here, what is the difference between a commercial land use designation and a single-family residential land use designation if we move forward with this definition of family?
So we would have to define it enough, or define a congregate living facility to the point where we could make that determination. Same thing, like if you came in with your house and you said, hey, I'm going to open up a restaurant, but it's my single family house. Well, I'm going to say, no, that's a restaurant. You've got to permit it as a restaurant. So there's a conversation that's had whenever something gets permitted, or it pulls an electrical new connector, whatever, where staff goes through, if we have to ask a question, we ask a question, but we go through and we look at what they're looking to do, and we make that determination, how does it fit within the zoning districts and the use table. And so I think we would be looking with that effort, we'd have to define to where staff can point to something and say, you meet you meet these criteria or enough of these criteria, we're going to make the determination that you're this use. And so you can still argue that. It's not set in stone. So let's say you disagree with whatever one of my staff members creates. You then can ask for a written interpretation that goes to me. I have to give a formal written interpretation, and then there's an appeal process to that as well. And so, I mean, we do that constantly. The easiest is probably if you wanted to convert your house into something. I mean, we're going through efforts like that right now, and there's some home in Southwood Valley that we're going through a process similar to that. But most of it is, it's very easy to call it what it is. This particular concept is difficult because it's still a residential home being built and it was being occupied, and it's kind of had some scope creep on how many rooms are being added in there, and where does that trigger happen that it becomes true multifamily versus a single family environment?
So if we did focus more on the use versus the zoning definition, what would trigger that for existing houses that may be in a single-family neighborhood that are currently, would they have to pull a permit for renovation before? I'm like, what would trigger bringing them up to code?
They likely would. They would have to do a remodel of some degree to even be required to come up to code in that regard. This would be to try to permit the additional growth of these structures from happening in areas unintended. Right. And if someone came in and did a major remodel on a home that met this criteria, we would then be able to deny that remodel permit, so to speak, because what they're asking to go towards or continue to go towards isn't allowed.
Okay. I think I understand.
It's clear as mud.
It really is, and I hate that the states required us to define it this way. I do like the binary nature of a lot of the things that are coming down the pike and the way we're looking at things. I think that's a more fair and reasonable way to address community concerns. However, a family is any number of persons occupying a single dwelling unit. That just, I mean, I live in I embrace a large definition of family. I mean, but this is a non-definition. But anyway, thanks.
Mr. Yancey?
Thank you, Mayor. So there's two things going on here, right, Anthony? We're talking about the definition of a family and related in a way, but also not in a way. You're proposing ways to hang on to the shared housing designation and use it as a means of helping our city. Fair?
Fair.
On the first, in the primary issue, which I think, why we're here, I like citizen to priest definition in our packet, citizen feedback packet, and I just think it's sad. I just think the whole thing is a sad episode that we can't define family in the traditional sense. So his approach is one that I like, where we define a traditional family and then also, I think Mayor's train of thought is exactly correct. I think we're tinkering at the margins here. If there's why would anybody bother with shared housing if they could buy a house with a 12 by 12 and a half bedrooms or 10 by 15 bedrooms, and if it's got 4 of them, they can put 12 humans in it. Shared housing designation or no. They might not be able to get to and from all of them in their own car, but I mean, how is the shared housing piece, help me understand how it's going to mitigate that issue?
So if someone came in wanting to do something that we had been able to define as a shared housing use, while we can't retroactively go back and get rid of what's already there, it would prohibit it from continuing into the future. So again, if someone came and submitted a permit and it's going to flag somebody there's one person who reviews residential building permits. If someone submitted a residential building permit and it's got a 5-5 parity, no master bedroom, it's parking galore over the whole lot, and it's in south side, it's going to put a giant red flag up in his head, and he's going to say, hey, I need to get with Anthony on this and make sure that this meets what the intention is. And so it doesn't matter what someone wants to try to do. People try to do things with the permit all the time, but they have to meet what the law says. So if we can create something or an ordinance that we can point to, then we would regulate it towards that. But yeah, no one's going again, just like Councilman McElhaney's question, people still tried, when we had the ordinance on the books, they still tried to submit something that went against it. And that's why you have staff members that are there to field that and make sure that we catch that.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
But let me just insert there. So this really wouldn't come into play, shared housing, unless somebody was building something new.
Yep.
I mean, if they just bought the house and it had all those features that he described, they wouldn't need to talk to you. They're in a residential zone. They got 10 people. They got the rooms that match all of those requirements. They don't have to talk to you, right? If they don't have to draw a building permit.
Correct. I mean, depending on how it gets ultimately defined, you could make an argument it'd be a non-conforming use, actually. So yeah, anything that's existing prior to whatever we do would be grandfathered, so to speak.
Right.
You'd be preventing additional things.
The tear downs and rebuild in neighborhoods we'd prefer not to have that, yeah. Mr. Schaefer.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Anthony, for presenting this and for coming up with some new material for us to consider. I think given the two things that we've been talking about, I think I've heard enough to believe that this definition of family seems like you all's recommendation, and it's probably what we need to do. I agree with my fellow council members. I think it's a little unfortunate, but if this is what makes it happen, then I guess we need to do it. I would ask if anyone talked to the folks in McKinney and asked why they did household. They must have had a reason for that. I know David brought it up, but I didn't hear an answer from them for why they decided to go household.
So we actually debated going household as well. It was just more of, there's so many places in the ordinance that we use the word family. To change it all to household was the likelihood that something might have been missed or overlooked, or having to change other definitions to come into compliance with that terminology of household. The way our ordinance was written was just, it was easier to change the definition of family, get us into compliance with the state statute, and then everything was kind of still going to function like normal.
Okay, so their UDO wasn't as complicated or something. They decided to do
that. The way they used their terminology was just less dense with the word family. Because again, like shared housing, a lot of our definitions centered around this concept of no more than one family, because we define family by the unrelatedness. And so we have a number of definitions. You'll actually, I think one of the presenters has it in his presentation even, where if you read it without the understanding of the word family at the time, you don't think much of it. But we wrote those definitions, shared housing, exactly with that exact point, that we defined a family as no more than four unrelated. If you exceeded that, a different level of criteria came in. And so we'd have to go back and come up with a lot of more different ways to go about those other definitions or those other phrases throughout the ordinance versus just changing one word.
Okay, thanks. What about that last slide that had the congregant? So on this one, I didn't quite catch what the additional parking required when no garage. What's that situation?
So it could be something where you require 1.3 or 1.5 spaces if there's no garage on a unit. It could be that you limit, if there's no garage parking, you limit the amount of visible cars to 4 or 5 or whatever. You could, let's say council still decided 4 was the magic number, you could still pick that number. You have to define it with physical characteristics. And so it can't be related on, that would still though then apply if I have a house and I have 6 people in it and 4 of us have a car. The second, a 5th person is old enough to drive, they can't have a visible car, for instance. So there's a lot of issues with that type of rule, or potential issues. But there could be ways to mitigate that. It could be overlays. It could be neighbor conservation areas only. There's ways you could go about looking at that.
Okay. I guess, I agree with some of my other council members on the idea of the congregate living facilities. I think we ought to take a look at that. It sounds like there's still some reasons to do the shared housing, in my mind anyway, and that we ought to think about ways to make that viable and a useful tool for staff and for us as we move into this new era of higher density in some of the parts of our community. So I'm on board with that. I'm not sure if I fully, I think I need a little more time to think about what some of these things mean, but that's my perspective for now. Thanks.
Let me just ask a question on that same slide. What do you mean by give additional power to the administrator? I understand including appeal option, that's always good to have. But what power does the administrator not have that would be helpful in this process?
Yeah, so I think we talked about it originally when shared housing was going to be implemented, that how do you give flexibility to the person making the determination to where it's still kind of a broad understanding or broad definition, but you also want to make sure that you have something that they can point to in an ordinance. And so a lot of what we have in the ordinance right now is just a matter of if it's black and white, it's there, it's not there, and there's very little left up to interpretation. You could potentially broaden out, and I don't have a great example of what that looks like, but you could broaden out that to where the administrator had the ability to make just the blanket interpretation based on XYZ factors, and then if someone didn't agree, they would appeal that option. But it puts more power into the administrator can deny something versus just I follow these XYZ criteria, I'm still good.
Okay, I think I follow that in general, particularly given this kind of a movement, and I guess I'm willing to consider why we need a shared housing ordinance. But let me ask you, as the administrator, and sort of a hypothetical, somebody comes in, they've got 7 people in their biological family, but they got 7 people in the family. And they got a building plans, and they want to build a house for their traditional family, if you want to call it that. I guess you would presume they would have a master bedroom there, and they probably would have a garage. And that would be enough then, so you would indicate this is not shared housing?
Right, I think we'd also be looking at proximity maybe to campus or to the university. If we're looking for more of again, your multifamily type uses are going to be closer to, it's not based on occupancy, it's more on the types of use. If it's a multifamily living facility, you're going to be closer to potentially the core of the city. That could be a factor. But yeah, generally, if someone came in with a master bedroom, and it's how I think we first started seeing these structures happen. Eventually, the market itself said, no, everyone wants their own size bedroom. They want their individual bathrooms, all these different things. That would be one where, yeah, let's say I made that, let's say they didn't have the master bedroom and I made the interpretation that it was, they would be able to appeal that process, and they would go through a process, say, no, this is what we are, XYZ, and then a board or someone would make that determination that it is not shared housing.
A board?
Yeah, I want to say it's ZBA, I think, that hears written interpretation waivers.
There is no, so there's, I'm missing something here. What board would be involved in this?
If they were appealing my determination.
Okay, to one of the, not to the council.
Correct, it would go to the Zoning Board of Adjustments.
Zoning Board of Adjustments, okay, I see.
Mayor.
So that's who, yeah.
Yeah, and I was to say it is the ZBA. I just wanted to point out, I think it's been said, but with all this discussion, so staff is not bringing a recommendation.
Right.
We have items here, so I just want to make sure that's clear, especially when you start getting into additional power to the administrator. Sometimes people get in there.
Well,
Basically, council asked for this to come back. We know we have to change the definition of family from a state law perspective.
Right.
So all of these things in here are just things that we basically put together to say, here's what you can consider. We don't have a specific recommendation from that standpoint.
Right. Well, I was just exploring this to see whether I would even agree with the idea that should be given to the administrator. I don't have any strong feelings, but I think the fire sprinkling requirement ought to be really carefully considered, because that is a substantial expense item. And if in fact this is, I don't know that you'd want to raise the cost substantially
Actually,
of building this.
it's a different type of sprinkler. It's
residential, I understand that,
it's
but even
integrated in
still,
regular-
I'm just adding my 2 cents worth, as you guys have. Anyway, if you're still working on this, I'd say go forth and do good. It sounds to me like there is a rationale for a shared housing category, and that we should still try to make that appropriately designed. I would think you'd have to work closely with legal, because I would want to make sure it does not in any way conflict with our intent to move clearly in line with the state legislator's direction to us. Any other comments?
I would just remind you, you do have someone signed up to speak, but before you do that, again, this, like Brian said, we're not providing a recommendation. We're not actively necessarily working on either of these. These were items requested by the council to come back, and we would be looking at the end of this, after you hear from the citizens, we'd be looking for a direction on what you would like to see us go and do on both the family definition and the shared housing definition. So when I come back up, I'm just going to look to wrap that up so I know what I need to know. Does that make sense?
Okay. Workshop item 8.2, I got one citizen, Mr. Fred Dupriest.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Fred Dupriest. I live in the College Park subdivision, and of course, I suggested a family definition at a previous council meeting, and I understand the legal technical issues with that definition, so I suggested another one, which I think addresses those issues. But before I show you that, my understanding is our concern is that we're using words and that we will trigger a legislative response. And I'm not sure I understand why we're afraid of certain words. This is the wording in SB 1567. I don't see anything here that says we can't use the word marriage, children, related, blood related, or any of those words. What this says is you can't use family to limit the number of occupants. And we're not doing that. And I'm not suggesting we do that. So I saw something up there about character. I'm not sure what that means, but it said SB 1567 doesn't let us use character. Well, I don't see anything about character here. So my suggested wording versus what we adopted is the exact same words we adopted, just appending, including but not limited to those related by blood, marriage, adoption, or guardianship. So a family is any number of persons occupying a dwelling. And it's the same definition you have. So why am I going to trouble to do this? Why do I think it's important? Because whenever you had all the discussion on the Greens Prairie zoning, and you said, what is it? It's single-family zoning. What did that conjure? What did you think? You knew what you were talking about. Anytime you tell the public in College Station that it's a single-family neighborhood or it's single-family zoning, it conjures a family, and that's important that we do that. It does. It's not. Middle housing is still here. So this definition works everywhere in the UDO. That we 70 places we use the word family in UDO, and my definition works everywhere we do that. It doesn't limit it in any different fashion than the current city council wording, in my opinion. And I don't see that 1567 has a problem with this. What is we afraid of? I don't believe that anyone in the legislature is going to say, you have exactly the same effect, but you use the word marriage. I'm opposed to marriage. It's not going to happen. The students are not going to say, we hate marriage. Yeah, we got everything we want, but in addition to that, we hate marriage. None of A&M students are going to say that. So exactly what response are we concerned about? The reason I want it is that, and you made the point with the 11-unit building in West Park, I'm very familiar with it. 5,000 square foot lot with 3 stories, 11 units, all over 120 square feet, meaning 22 people can live there. It's got 4 parking places. That's not what we're conjuring, but we're not prohibiting that, and I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is that that's not what we want to mean by single-family housing. This keeps the conversation focused on moving forward and asking questions like, how do we separate the economic intensity of a house that people can live with the economic intensity of this product over here that no family can compete with? And I think this is one way of keeping us focused on where we want to go with single-family housing. Thank you, and I apologize for running over.
Thank you, sir. Anthony, Mr. Dupriest is the only person signed up to speak, so Anthony, come back, and is there any further guidance that anyone in council wishes to make?
I have a question.
Mr. Yancey?
Anthony, under housing and urban development definition of a family, according to AI, it encompasses not only traditional nuclear families, but also any group of people who share a housing unit, including unrelated individuals or a single person with dependents. Definition includes people related by birth, marriage, or adoption, as well as those who are not related but have shared living arrangements. I just don't understand. I mean, maybe not with the same passion that Fred displays. I'm not going to pound my dais here, but why? Why? I mean, why not hang on to the word family? I mean, it's College Station, Texas, and family ... and traditional family ... and. I mean, like he's suggested, or like HUD uses in their documents.
Yeah, I would have to defer to legal for that direction.
Well, our recommendation is the same as it was the previous meeting, is that this legislation was specifically targeted for College Station. So our recommendation would be stay as far away from possible as trying to skirt what the bill said. So I think that's the same definition that Anthony had up before as what was adopted. I think that's probably the best definition you could use for this situation. Just remember, this is only for the UDO. It doesn't apply to anything else. It's just for zoning. It doesn't apply to anything else.
So does the definition presented by Mr. Dupree, I understand what your recommendation is, but do we have some room to consider one like that defines family and it opens the door for others? It doesn't restrict, not limited to.
Well, I don't understand the problem, because the definition we got is all-encompassing.
It doesn't mean anything because it encompasses
Why would we need to specify
everything.
groups that are included in that when that includes them, obviously? I mean, it's a matter between a very simple definition and one where you're just adding ... as Mr. Yancey refers, which just says, yeah, those people are included. They're already included because it's a very general definition.
I mean, I understand we're doing a work. I understand that it appears in the UDO X number of times 70, I guess, and that we're trying not to create a bigger snarl by changing it to a different word entirely like household. But I don't know. This just feels very punitive, especially since we were one of the ones targeted, and to strip the definition down to literally nothing, just it's not right.
Okay. Well, I guess you've heard a range of views up here. I don't know that there's...
Just need a consensus on what my direction is.
Well,
do I just stop? Do I stop
the
here?
city manager said you had no recommendations for us, but you wanted to hear from us. Well, you've heard a lot of different views from us, and one from the audience. I'm not sure where you come out on this. I gave you my opinion about the definition of family. I'm willing to live with what you got, but
I don't think he's
there are
even-
other people who want more specificity in that to add groups that are already generically included.
Ironically, I'm not sure he was asking for input on the definition of family since that's already been adopted, but I do very much appreciate the looking at things from a use perspective and coming up with restrictions within that shared use or that shared housing designation that would give us some teeth in limiting some of this in our single-family neighborhood. So I do see I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. You did a good job coming up with something that we could work with, and I would like to see something come forward with that.
Mr. Schaefer?
Well, I agree with that. I think, yeah, putting the family definition aside for a moment, I think the shared use housing is something that it would be nice. I'm not sure exactly how to say it, Anthony, but if you've got these options up here, you've heard from us about the congregate living facility idea. If we could have something more concrete, no pun intended, to look at, maybe we could make a decision on how to continue shared use as a policy.
So I'm going to not go forward with family. I'm going to stop there, and then we're going to come back with something on congregate living facilities.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion, if I may.
This is this is just a workshop item and
Says
giving
possible
direction.
action, Mayor.
Excuse me?
Says possible action in the staff summary sheet.
But they have no real recommendation. I don't know how you can form a definition, but, a motion, but because we're not asking for one, but Do you have a comment before I can
Sure, I
rule on that?
had a comment or maybe a question. The idea of the shared housing, the idea that we're looking at is when the density of a proposed development exceeds the area, the neighborhood that it's going into. We're using these criteria to try to identify, this one looks like it isn't, it doesn't match the rest of this neighborhood. And because of the density or the number of occupants in that unit, it belongs in a different zone. So, I mean, is that basically what you're accomplishing with the shared housing designation? And looking at the congregate living facilities, it's like, it's basically, it's like it's a boarding house or it's a frat house. But we calling it something else because they're not in a fraternity. So it's a family. But does that number of occupants, regardless of their relation to each other, allow us to, or the number of potential occupants based on the physical attributes of the structure, does that allow us to say, no, this can't go here, you need to find a place in middle housing zone to do it?
So we would be coming up with a ability to define a structure as being outside the norm of what we would call a single-family neighborhood. So again, if I have a 4-2 in a single-family neighborhood, I can put 12 people in there by state law. And again, we can't do anything related to relatedness. So already today, any home out there that's a 4-2 or whatever, it could be 12 people. And so what this would be doing is coming up with how do we define these facilities that go beyond what is the norm of what we want to see in GS zoning districts, for instance. And once that building hits a certain criteria, it becomes congregate living facility. And that's what we would be putting together.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Thank you.
And this goes back to my point that whatever we're doing in that shared housing area, we need to be very careful that we're not stepping on 1567. Mr. Yancey, I'm not recognizing a motion because I agree it does say possible action, but I think from the direction I got from, the response I got from the city manager is they really are not, they don't have a recommendation that we can actually adopt anything here.
So, Mayor, just to clarify, we have not made a recommendation, but that doesn't stop council from making a motion. Obviously, you can't adopt an ordinance or do anything like that, but you can vote on how to direct us to do something.
Voting on direction.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that. You can't amend an ordinance here, but the council could say, we basically want to give the staff direction and we want to vote on it, and we can absolutely do that.
Okay.
Mayor, can we discuss for a second?
Yeah, please, go right ahead.
So-
We'll get to you.
No, that's fine.
They just have to define one time, right, in the Unified Development Ordinance what family is, one time. And if you left that word in there and had a definition of family, then the other 70 instances where it occurs in the UDO, you either wouldn't have to change or you wouldn't have to change as much. True or false?
It depends on what the definition is changing to. So I guess, so shared housing, if you wanted to enforce it, you would have to change that definition because of how it's defined. Regardless if we change it to Mr. DePriest's version or what you just read off, it would have to still be changed because it's anything that exceeds one family.
But aren't we crossing the streams a little bit? I mean, when this issue came to us originally, it was all about, you guys were ready to go with what you had. And it was all about this issue of defining a family in the UDO. And now it's about defining a family and how that all works with shared housing, and are we going to hang on to shared housing?
But don't we have a revised definition of family now adopted?
Correct. This is the current definition.
That is that one. That has already been changed from the previous definition.
Correct. I'm just saying these are two different items that were requested. We combine them because they're heavily related to each other and how they came about to be. But you can certainly give direction on one or both items is what we're.
Well, you want to make a motion on this definition?
I'm sorry?
Is that what you're planning to do as a motion on this definition?
A
Or
motion on a definition that is far more it comports to a far greater degree with the Housing and Urban Development Office in the federal government than what we've came up with. And the whole reason we're here, if I may, Mayor,
Yeah.
is
I'm
because we
accepting
had
it.
disagreement over the definition of a family in the UDO.
No, I'm accepting your motion to direct staff to consider, which all we're doing is giving direction.
I'll
is
take what I can
understand.
get at this point.
Okay, and you can make your motion, see if you get a second. And we'll get-
Mayor, I would like to move, does somebody want to, before? I would like to move that we adopt, and I've added 2 words to Mr. Dupree's definition to make it even closer to housing and urban development. A family is any number of persons occupying a single dwelling unit, including but not limited to those related by blood, marriage, adoption, or guardianship, or dependency.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to direct staff to consider that motion. Does everybody understand the motion? Yeah, do you have a discussion on this motion? Or something
I
else?
have a point of clarification on this motion. And Anthony, correct me if I'm wrong. Let's go back a couple of months when we were implementing Senate Bill 1567, right? And we talked about the for unrelated. And my recollection during that conversation was that we talked about the family because it dealt with the for unrelated, okay? And then this body said, yes, let's bring it back for discussion. This current definition, did council approve a family as any number of persons occupying a single dwelling at that meeting?
Correct.
So that is basically the definition that we adopted at that time to implement Senate Bill 1567, so we wouldn't be in, okay. So now you're coming back with that definition on the books currently to talk about whether we need to adopt that one or
We already adopted.
or
Yeah, so this-
reconsider it.
Council requested that we come back and that they could have a discussion about if they want to change the definition.
Okay, yes, and I believe I'm the one who kind of encouraged that. So now we're at a point where you have just brought it back for discussion, but we can actually, as we did 2 months ago, adopt, pass a motion to redefine.
To direct staff.
Yeah, so what that motion would entail, if you voted yes on that as a group, we would come back to you with a regular agenda item with an ordinance to change the definition as was stated, and you would act on it at that point.
Okay, so if I vote yes on this motion, the definition of a family will be as we vote tonight.
No, it will still be this until I come back to you with an actual ordinance that says the definition that Mr. Yancey just read off, and you would vote to adopt that ordinance into the UDO.
So the next meeting that we adopt that will not be another discussion meeting. It will be to adopt the addition, that exact
You can certainly
definition.
discuss it, but yeah, it would be for action.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, and just again, to be clear, staff brought a definition that we recommend to be in compliance with the law. You adopted it. Council asked to bring it back to have essentially this discussion about how you want to define it. We've recommended to you, and the city attorney, we have a definition on there. If you want to change it, that's your purview. And then there's this whole other piece that Anthony also talked about. We're talking about things like congregate living and those parts. So I know we've talked about 2 pieces. I'm just trying to kind of clarify it as we go
Can
here.
we not take final action on a workshop? It has to be in regular.
It wasn't
An ordinance, it has to be an ordinance.
You can't amend an ordinance in a workshop item.
And there's public hearing notices and stuff like that for UDO items.
Okay, does everybody understand what's on the floor? Okay. Any other comments in support or opposed? Okay, shall we vote? There's a motion on the floor, and I'm not going to try to repeat it, but I think everybody understands the intent. All those in favor, signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-2. You are directed appropriately. That's a motion directing you to change that and bring back an ordinance reflecting that change. Okay. Anything further to be said on the shared housing side of it? I think we've gone down the line. It looks like there's some general consensus that you need the shared housing after all. I think you've heard what we said, and we look forward to your work in progress.
Sounds good.
Thank you very much. Workshop item number 8.3. Let me get back over to this. Presentation, discussion, possible action on update on drainage. I have two people wishing to speak on this one. Ms. Fisher.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council. Emily Fisher, Public Works. Tonight's item was a request of council earlier in the year. I'll kind of give a refresher of what I presented over the summer, and then kind of give you an update of what we've done so far, and give y'all an opportunity to discuss and talk about your concerns as well. And as the mayor mentioned, we do have citizens signed up to speak to this item. All right, so starting out big picture, the city is comprised of several different watersheds. That's what you see on your left. Watershed's just an area that all drains to a common outlet or point. So the city has many watersheds. Bee Creek watershed is one of the largest, if not the largest watershed, and is wholly contained within the city limits. And that's what's in the center of the picture on the left. On the right, it's kind of zoomed in into that Bee Creek watershed. The purpose of this slide really is a lot of emphasis has been put on Bee Creek. It is a very important watershed to the city, but it's not the only one. We do have several others. A little bit about Bee Creek. It starts up near Aggie Park and flows all the way down to Carter's Creek, which most of our watersheds do get to Carter's Creek eventually. It contains many tributaries or branches off of it that drain some really heavily developed parts of our cities, such as the Barracks, all of Southwood Valley. All of that flows into Bee Creek, eventually making its way down to Carter's Creek. As it is going towards Carter's Creek, it passes through Emerald Forest, which has been the topic of many of these conversations. So what you're seeing here is this is the Emerald Forest subdivision. Appomattox is the road that's kind of in the center of the picture, running north-south, and the creek is on both sides of that. The numbers represent different sections of Emerald Forest as they were developed. The dark blue is the floodway, as shown on the FEMA flood plain panels, and the light blue is the 100-year floodplain. This particular picture was in my presentation earlier. It's been in presentations given to council before. Just kind of demonstrate where the floodplain is in relation to development in Emerald Forest. The kind of tract right in the middle of the picture is the city's park, Emerald Forest Park, and it is almost wholly located within the floodway. Right below that is the Emerald Forest Clubhouse and Pool. It's located within the 100-year floodplain. There are several lots where the 100-year does encroach onto, and this is these lines have been constant since Emerald Forest was developed. So the subdivision was developed knowing where the 100-year floodplain was. Now, regulations have changed a lot since then. We've adopted a flood ordinance, so the way we develop things is different, but this floodplain has remained constant. So earlier in the year, council did approve funding for some work to be done along Bee Creek in Emerald Forest. That work is going to consist of clearing some of the areas closer to Appomattox. What you see here is actually our drainage crews went out with a GPS unit and mapped where they could find the creek. It's very meandering, it's very heavily wooded through here. But in general, you can kind of see where the creek lies. The green is kind of the original Bee Creek. That's where it has been before the development of Emerald Forest. In the early 90s, a diversion channel was built along with the bridge on Appomattox, and that's what the blue line is. That is definitely way more defined than the green line. It looks like a creek, you can see it. Green line's very meandering. In some parts was full of water, some parts had very little water in it, so just kind of give you an idea of where those two lie and what they look like. So council approved funding. We did identify some blockages as we were walking both these channels. So working with the landowner, if you recall from my June presentation, we do not own this land, nor do we have an easement across the creek. We have a small easement near Appomattox for access, but not anything along Bee Creek. We're working with the landowners to be able to access this and clear some of those blockages. We will bid that work out and have a contractor do that, hopefully starting at the beginning of the year. And again, the clearing will hopefully help the flow of water, but clearing does not change that floodplain line that I showed on the previous exhibit. That's going to stay the same. So next I'm going to talk about what we've been calling the Rosewood Channel. On this exhibit, it's kind of hard to see. There's an orange line just behind the tennis courts there on the right side of the picture. That is the beginning or the outfall of what we're calling the Rosewood Channel. So it's a channel that flows behind the homes or in the backyards of the homes on Rosewood. It starts up at Sebesta Road and flows behind homes to this point at Bee Creek, and I've got kind of a better picture showing that. So on the left here, again, we're calling it the Rosewood Channel. It's actually Bee Creek Tributary 2, but I'll probably keep calling it the Rosewood Channel because that's what we've been referring to it. On this picture on the left, it's the yellow line kind of right in the middle, labeled Bee Creek Tributary 2. As I mentioned, it starts at Sebesta, flows towards Emerald Parkway. It goes under Emerald Parkway through culverts and then flows out towards Bee Creek. The portion of the tributary along the homes on Rosewood is within a 40-foot drainage easement. And over the years, because it's in the backyards, it's been incorporated into a lot of people's backyards. There's improvements that have been made on it, such as retaining walls, small bridges that go over it, because it does go through the backyard. There's pieces of property on both sides of it. So people have built bridges, they've built gates along the edge of their property where the fence is. So lots of improvements have been done on this channel. If you go on the other side of Emerald Parkway, that section between Sebesta and Emerald Parkway, that's actually an easement that varies in width, so it's not just 40 feet like the other one. And there have been improvements from the city done on that portion of the channel. About 13 years ago, there was an erosion control project done where we placed several gabion baskets. Those are just a way to control the banks from eroding away. So there has been work done on that side of it. The reason I'm showing these photos, so the one on the left, the area in red that outlines, goes all the way around the tributary to, that is the watershed, the drainage area for the Rosewood Channel. So it encompasses everything from Pavilion and Corsair down to almost till you get to Greenleaf. All of that drains to that channel, or did at the time that this exhibit was done, which was around 2018. Picks that all up and it flows towards Bee Creek. Since 2018, there has been development over there, so that's what you see on the right. It's kind of a zoomed in aerial of the area around Pavilion and Corsair. And the reason I'm showing this is there has been development in that area. However, a lot of that development, not all, but a lot of it is draining towards a regional detention pond that is located between the frontage road and Corsair. So if, yeah, it works. Okay, so this tract, and this tract all drain towards this regional detention pond located right there. So it no longer, especially this tract, it no longer flows towards the Sebesta Channel. Once the church is complete, it will flow towards that regional detention pond. When you go out there and look at it, it looks a little different because the elevations, you look at it and you're like, there's no way this is draining back towards that pond. There's storm sewer installed, and the church site will capture the rainwater in that storm sewer and send it to the regional detention pond.
But it's not now. It's blocked by sandbags right now.
Correct. While it's under construction, it is still flowing towards the Rosewood Channel, because that's what it's always done. Once that storm sewer is complete, and it might be pretty close to being complete, it will be taken to that regional detention pond. So that was a lot of information. All right, so moving on, really the purpose of the presentation tonight is to get council's thoughts and possible direction on how to address not just this issue, but citywide drainage. So I wanted to show, this is out of the budget book. This is the capital projects that are coming out of the Drainage Utility Fund. The first line item, the minor drainage improvements, that's something that Public Works uses that line item to do the pipe repairs that we often bring to council to approve those construction contracts. So that's if a pipe collapses, we can use those funds to go out and repair it. The item under that is the replacement of the culverts on Milliff and Redmond. That's a capital project that is near complete or near completion. Right under that, well, two under that, the last line there is the Bee Creek drainage improvement. So that's what council approved as part of the budget process, $740,000. And then there's another line right above that for just future drainage improvements. That has, a project has not been identified for that line item, something in the future could use those funds. So I just wanted y'all to keep that in your back pocket while you kind of discuss things. So some things to consider when we're looking at citywide drainage. Some things we've got going on right now. We are going to complete that clearing work on Bee Creek. So we know that's going to happen. That's ongoing right now. Through Planning and Development Services, we have been awarded a grant, a CDBG MIT grant to look at all of our watersheds. So way back to that first slide, look at our watersheds and prioritize flood studies for those watersheds. So which watershed is in most need of that? And that's a grant we've been awarded but have not received yet. Hopefully, next couple months, we'll receive those funds and be able to do that. Planning also has the funding for that flood study, whatever that assessment says is the number one watershed that needs to be studied. There is funding for that flood study. In addition to all that, some long-range planning. We are part of the state flood plan. After Hurricane Harvey, the state directed the Texas Water Development Board to come up with the state floodplain. They broke up everyone into regions. So we are part of that. Basically, we've given all these different projects, studies that are needed on all of our watersheds, not just Bee Creek, given that to the state, and they've incorporated it into this plan. So it doesn't, it basically what it does is it opens us up for future grant opportunities, just having those projects in the plan, but doesn't mean we're going to get any funding for that. And then finally, one thing to consider through all of this is we do have a drainage master plan. It was completed back in 2018. It is not good information anymore. The data used to do that plan is old and has been replaced with newer rainfall data. So one thing to consider is that we update that plan. Back in 2018, when we started the plan in 2012, 2013, with the intent of coming up with capital projects that could be completed over the next several years. And we have completed several projects that came out of that plan, that they're done and complete. But now basically the data has changed, and we need to update all of our flood models with that new data. So, and that wouldn't be just Bee Creek, that would be all of the city's watersheds. So these are just some things to think about. I can answer any questions about drainage. I know we've got some citizens here to speak. And that's all I've got.
Mr. Smith, you're the Public Works guy. You got any comments or questions?
Sure. Well, some questions, and I really want to hear the comments from the public really
Okay.
as well.
That's
so
fine.
I'll hold off.
Okay. The rest of you hold off? Okay. Yeah. I guess we're going to hold off on questions. No, let me just ask you one question.
Sure.
You were talking about data has changed, the very last part of your presentation. Just quickly, what kind of data are we talking about, and where does it come from?
So this might be better explained by someone in planning, but now we use Atlas 14 rainfall data, which takes into account actual historical rainfall. Am I saying that correctly? That the original Drainage Master Plan did not use that data.
Okay, so rainfall is definitely an important part of that discussion.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to you after the individuals, citizens speak, and I have two people signed up to speak. First, Mr. David Higdon, be followed by Cheryl Wink. Mr. Higdon.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. When I last addressed this group about 6 months ago, I was complimentary of the staff, and I want to continue to congratulate them on great efforts. They've put a lot of work into it, and I want to thank the City Council for putting money towards this project. It's important. The points that I would like to make today is that this is a great start. Where we are right now and where we have been is that this is a start. And that it is imperative for us, and I think it's important for the council to consider, that the Bee Creek watershed that ends up in Emerald Forest is really a city problem. It's not just Emerald Forest problem. We happen to be catching a brunt of it. But the watershed that is now going to be impacted dramatically by the Highway 6 expansion. We don't know what is going to be the results of that. More concrete going in and presenting a barrier and holding back water that will have to go somewhere. And hopefully it won't all be in Emerald Forest. And what we learned last week was that the College Station Independent School District is going to be building an administration building on Sebesta Road, where is the main thoroughfare. That is where the water is entering Emerald Forest. Is coming down Sebesta and entering one portal. So we've had ongoing discussions with staff, with Emily and Carol and Anthony about what we are going to do about the drainage on the Church of Christ that was just finished. And they seem to have a good plan if we can, if in fact, we can get the current detention pond cleared out. There seems to be some misunderstandings of who owns that, because of the Property Owners Association has been dissolved or doesn't exist anymore. So we need to get that cleaned out. And then number two is we have to figure out a way of with this new development that's coming in and the amount of concrete that's going to be going in that, how much more water is going to be? So do we need really more detention ponds in that area to hold back that water is coming down Sebesta? both now and in the future after Highway 6 is expanded. So in conclusion, I would urge the council to consider the drainage issues to be one of an ongoing issue, and that Emerald Forest wants to stand in the forefront of being able to assist the city in coming up with a solution that will benefit the entire city, not just Emerald Forest. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Higdon. Cheryl Wenk. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. And I just want to thank Emily and city staff for all of their efforts in getting us to this point today, because it's been just a project for me that's been like 10 plus years ultimately. So anyway, but I guess what I want to do is say and reiterate what David said, that the Bee Creek drainage floodplain problem is not an Emerald Forest problem. It is a city problem. And you know, just looking at the watershed of that, it's just amazing. It does a lot of work, and we need help. I also want to say what adds to this also is the city's development and commercial development upstream from Texas Avenue to Highway 6, right along the floodplain, that is adding to the water that's coming our way, and with no detention on those commercial sites. It just pours right into the creek. So what that brings me to next is just talking about the fact that we're very concerned also, David mentioned this, and is the lack of detention on just the nearby developments on the east side of Highway 6. There's 6 brand new developments, and I know in the last month I've sent y'all pictures of these local detention ponds that are on site on properties, and regional detention ponds, a regional one behind the HEB, but then local ones that's right across the street from Walmart. That's one of them. A couple of them are actually in Bryan, sorry to say. And then there's, I also sent you the picture of the regional detention pond that Emily referred to and David referred to. It's never been a working detention pond that all these 6 properties are flowing to, are depending to be flown, or to do all the work of all the drainage of these 6 new properties, not to mention the CSISD new facility. So anyway, I just want to say thank you again, and I just also went to West Brazos Animal Center this afternoon, and they have a new facility on 2818, and I look right in front of their whole new complex of a boarding facility and a vet center, and they have a nice, beautiful retention pond to drain their entire property. And I'm like, what is going on? Why can't we do this? So I thank you again for your time, and I look forward to getting this project started. It is just a start, and I also say it is never wrong to do the right thing. Please do the right thing, and please help us. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Now we will turn back to the council.
If I could, Mayor, just because I've had it in my notes to say this, but didn't mention it. So that regional detention pond, Carol and her group have been working on getting that cleaned up and cleared, even though the owner of it is not been responsive. We are going to get that taken care of, get it cleared out, and I'm not sure if you've got a schedule on that, or still working. They're still, so, but that is in the works right now.
But we have determined the owner. It's
Yes.
just we haven't gotten a response from him.
Yes.
Which means we may need to move to legal issues or whatever.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, well, back to Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. My understanding, okay, the studies, the considerations that you have here, most of those are updating studies and doing hazard assessments. And what that's basically going to do is document things. It isn't going to mitigate any of that. It's basically going to say, well, the floodplain's actually bigger than what it used to be. And due to more rainfall, it isn't going to make the flooding stop. It's just going to help us see where it's happening and potentially identify some opportunities to mitigate it. So a lot of that money is there to basically, just because I know how these things work, the floodplain is not going to get smaller when we do this study.
Yes.
It's gonna say, you know, that flooding y'all have been seeing, it's flooding. It's real. So it's flood mitigation, I think, is what the citizens are looking for. They're looking for some relief to the conditions that they're experiencing. And I know that y'all are working on that as well. A question, and I should know the answer to it, is do we have an easement on the Rosewood Channel for the entire length?
Yes,
Okay.
we do.
So we have an opportunity to go in and hopefully mitigate some of the problems that are there, but there's conflicts with existing landscaping and improvements and all of that kind of stuff. And so
Correct,
it's like-
yes. There's, lots of improvements within it, just over the years. And so any kind of work we did on the channel would be very disruptive along Rosewood.
Okay, so do the residents understand that?
I think that's something we would need to discuss with the residents.
Okay, because
To be fair, I mean, I know, and because we've got a few of them here, we've talked about this before. I mean, most of the obstructions were built by either current or sometimes previous owners,
Yeah.
and they were unpermitted in that area. And so now you've got, yards that have been pushed out in there, structures and those things. And as you kind of pointed out, if you do a different flood study, if you look at the flood study in this area and look at the floodplain, there's a lot of floodplain already. It's going to show something different. The only way you change where the water goes is you give it a bigger place to be, either through the channel or you hold it back somewhere in detention. And so in the Rosewood, the only way you're going to improve that is to take out all the stuff that's in there that has been constructed that has disrupted the cross-section of that channel. So we've talked about that a bunch, but we have never taken action as a city to say we're just going to go in there and take this out and turn the channel back into what it was designed to be. But that is a possibility.
Okay. Well, and then I think that's headed the right way. It's going to require a lot of interaction with the community because they've got, that's their yard. I mean, that's a hard thing to deal with. So y'all got your work cut out for you, but you can do it. And then, okay, on detention ponds, it's a very complex topic, and the closer you are to the main channel, you need to do your detention in the upper ends of the basin because, well, it doesn't change the amount of water that comes down the creek. It just changes when it comes. And if you time it so that it all gets there at the same time, you're going to have a bad flooding problem. So you want some of the water to get out of there so that the water from upstream can have a place to go. And so sometimes there are no detention right there next to the channel because you don't want that held back. You want that water to be out of there so that when the water upstream comes, there's some room for it. So, I mean, I know it doesn't make intuitive sense. You look at it and you say, gee, this is where the flooding is. They need to put a pond. It just doesn't work that way. It's an engineer thing. And it's not easy to understand. So I appreciate what y'all are doing, and I think y'all are on the right track. And best of luck to you.
Mr. Wright?
Well, it is not easy to understand. You did a good job explaining it because I'm not an engineer. I have no engineering in me at all. So thanks for explaining that. It actually made a lot of sense to me, and I feel educated on this now. It's nice to hear from the two citizens that I think have been the most vocal about this come up and praise where we are and that we're at the start of this. So I appreciate the presentation. I think that my recommendation, if we're asking for any, is just to keep steady with the work that we're doing. It sounds like it is an uphill battle to a certain extent. In these places, it becomes the perception of this is my yard and things like that. And I'm sure it'll take a while to step that back, but I think if it frees up some of that flooding or we can work towards a more complete solution, I think that's the right way to go.
Mr. White?
Thank you so much. First of all, let me commend you and your staff. I continue to hear that you all are very responsive to the neighbors and the residents in that area, so thank you so much for doing that. On June the 12th, you gave us an update on this. I don't recall you saying we need to do a revised update. My notes don't go reflect that. Now you're saying we do need to have a revised update on that drainage plan, master plan. Is that correct?
So that is something that over the last several months, just looking at the issues, not just in Emerald Forest or along Bee Creek, that has just come up out of staff discussions and like, hey, it might be time to update this plan with some better data. But Councilmember Smith is right. This is all just on paper.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if updating it is going to produce a project that is going to decrease the floodplain through Emerald Forest. I don't know that. That's something we'd have to look at.
Yeah.
It would be a very expensive project. I know that, but I think out of everything and all the concerns we've heard, this would be a good first step.
Yeah. So, would you say that we've have enough studies? I mean, I think just to mainly focus on Emerald Creek at this point, don't we have enough information? We know the floodplain. What can we do to help these people? What is the answer? We want to continue. City manager mentioned. What do we need to do to make an impact on the flooding in Emerald Creek?
So there are previous studies that have been done. Every project that has been considered to decrease the floodplain through Emerald Forest has been either very, very cost prohibitive, like required just infrastructure that we don't have any control over, say like State Highway 6. So we continue to look at solutions. I don't know if we're going to ever be able to get that floodplain all the way out of all those sections of Emerald Forest because it was developed on the floodplain. It's very difficult to do that, but maybe we can mitigate some other things, maintain the channel, do something with the roads, something to at least help the neighborhood with their drainage issues.
Councilmember, if I can add, on the study part, there's a lot of studies in engineering, and I will just say that they're for good reason a lot of times. And drainage, I think Councilmember explained it pretty well. It is all connected. I mean, when you talk about a watershed, it truly is all connected. And Emily mentioned that because of where this was developed originally, adjacent to the floodplain, what you're really trying to do, I think, and if we looked at it again, is to say, has it migrated out or has it expanded out of that? And then what do we need to do to get it back to where it was? You could also say, what do we need to do to shrink it down even further? And you see projects like that all the time. From a legal perspective, outside of what we're doing now, clearing out channels that have existed and doing those things, and a regulatory perspective, you have to do those studies if you're going to really change something. And again, there's really, although it is far more complex than this, there are only two ways that you shrink a floodplain or channelize drainage, and that is you create a channel with a bigger cross section or that's slick. So like you take something that's grass and you make it concrete, the water goes out of it faster, it doesn't flood as much. Or you create a big area to detain that water, just like on a site. When a site comes in, they have to tell us what the water they let out in the beginning. We're going to put concrete on the ground or whatever. We got to put a detention pond that will mitigate it. Well, if you're going to do that on a big scale, you got to have a big pond. So in order to figure out even where you would do that and what's physically possible, you have to understand what's there, what the water looks like, and FEMA requires you to either use what they have now or study it and then say, okay, and now we're gonna do these improvements, and this is what it's gonna do to the floodplain. And you have to basically go back into that study and show, like, here's what we're gonna do and get all that approved. So Emily mentioned when we have looked at it, and I also want to speak to something that I think the residents said is, while these folks have worked with us for a long time and come to a lot of meetings and probably learned a lot more about drainage than they want to, it's not just them. I mean, these are questions that we're seeing around the city. So when we talk about looking at the master plan, they're a good example, but we see this all over. You see it in the state, you see it in the country. But there is some degree of study that legally is required, and or if we were ever going to take on some of these projects that would be very, very large from a capital standpoint, obviously you need to know where do you put them and what do you do.
And we have not done those studies before? We have not.
Well, there is a floodplain there, and we do update that as it goes, but we haven't gone back and done one throughout the whole community, and we certainly haven't gone and modeled what we would do if we changed like the channel characteristics up and down, or if you put a massive detention facility, regional detention facility somewhere.
Emily, what's the time frame on a study like that? Do you have an idea of what that particular area would take from a?
So the last one took us about 5 years, but that was citywide and had a lot of different components to it.
Holy cow. Okay.
So we could definitely do that quicker than that, especially now that we know exactly the data we're going to use, and I would say at least a year, because none of these things are fast for like a single watershed like Bee Creek because of its size. Looking at some of the smaller watersheds might not take quite that long, but it's not a quick fix. There's a lot that goes into it.
Thank you.
Mrs. McElhaney.
Some questions, Emily. First of all, I want to preface this by saying I do want to find a solution for what's going on in Emerald Creek, but I'm going to ask, or Emerald Forest, I want to ask some hard questions. Be it known that someone I love dearly sitting in this audience and is directly impacted by this. But I still have to ask some hard questions. What is the purpose of having a floodplain map?
So it's insurance requirements is the simple answer to that. So if you have a structure located in that 100-year floodplain, you're required to have flood insurance on that structure, on the structure.
So if this study comes back and indicates the floodplain has extended, we have a number of residents in that area that may be hit with increased or flood insurance requirements that they've never had to have before?
Again, if their structure is within, below that 100-year flood elevation, then yes.
Okay, so whose responsibility is it to maintain the easement? I know we have it. Is it our responsibility, or is it the property owners?
The Rosewood channel is.
In general, if we have a flood easement.
So an easement, a drainage easement. It grants us access, does not necessarily compel us to maintain that area. Now, when you're talking about drainage, we never want anything to be blocked or pipe to be, where water can get through. So when we talk about maintenance, that's a lot of what we do is unblock areas. Something like Rosewood, the drainage channel behind those homes, there really was no reason for us to access that easement. Everyone takes care of their backyard and maintains it. The only time we've ever had to access that is to clear some blockages after really, really big rainfalls. So easement, again, just gives us access to it, doesn't necessarily make us maintain it, but gives us the ability to.
So what I'm hearing, and it sounds like we're pussyfooting around it, is that we have many or some of the homes that are impacted by this, or at least downstream, have created infrastructure that is impeding the flow of water down this designated channel. Is that
that could be the case. We don't have anything that says that, but they are unpermitted improvements. So we have no way of knowing, and they could be impacting. They absolutely, maybe just one or two on their own didn't, but all of the improvements together could have an impact.
So part of my question is, why don't we start there? And I haven't walked it to see what these improvements look like, but if we know that this channel is supposed to be dedicated to the removal of water or the movement of water from one place to another, I mean, Anthony wouldn't have a problem telling me I need to get something off of a piece of property. He's done it before. You know, I mean, it's like, I feel like we're not addressing part of the concern is, or part of the problem is being created in part by the folks we're trying to help. I really want to figure this out, but if we've got a key channel that's blocked by personally constructed infrastructure that's unpermitted, could someone help me understand why we aren't focusing on that? Is it just a small piece of the puzzle, or?
No, I think we absolutely can focus on that, but.
Can you tell me some of the examples of what I understand a bridge. I mean, like, what else are you seeing?
Yes, so railroad tie retaining walls, a lot of the properties have that. Some have not done any improvements to it. There is one residence that has enclosed a portion of the channel.
How do you enclose a portion?
Pipe culverts. They have concreted in the channel. There is a gazebo located over the channel.
They're substantial.
Yes, there are improvements along this channel that are substantial.
So from what I'm hearing, we're going to commission a study with those improvements still there. We're not like at our best case scenario starting point here, right? Are we going to, the study's going to show, obviously, there's diminished capacity due to these private improvements? Is that?
We can, and based on what I'm hearing, that might be where we start. Like, let's look at this channel. You also have to take into account, you know, what Bee Creek is doing. Is it causing water to go up? But yes, let's look at this channel, but knowing that the outcome might be that we need all these improvements to be removed. That's the risk of it. But I think it's absolutely a good starting point.
I'm just questioning, and again.
Hey, Councilmember, I want to answer your question too. I remember maybe it was about a year ago, the first time I sat in these meetings, and I can tell you we've talked about this. One, I do think it's fair to say, like, there is the big Bee Creek and then there is the Rosewood Channel. They're connected, but I don't want anybody out in the world to hear that these improvements, which absolutely have some kind of impact on the hydraulics in that channel, are causing this larger watershed piece. They're kind of two pieces of the same puzzle. Rosewood is more localized, you know, while it certainly contributes, and then there's this bigger one. We absolutely talked with the neighbors at that point. I think if you go back and kind of look at the minutes, that was just one of those things, and it hasn't happened. From a city perspective, we can basically go out there and say, you need to remove all of these, and we need to return it to the state that it's intended to be in. And from a drainage perspective, that will not hurt anything. It will only help it. That does not mean it will solve anything, but this is also the reason we wanted to go do the project where we cleared out the channel as it existed, was because those are the first things you do. Whether they solve any problem or not remains to be seen, but that is typically the place you want to start, is do everything you can before you get to, you know, the next level of cost and impact. So it is just truly a matter of enforcement on our point at this time. And I think we've talked about it for a while, and if the council is comfortable with where it's at, then we can certainly be more aggressive on getting those obstructions removed.
You know, I don't want to say just tear down, you know, things that people take pride in and enjoy, but at the same time, we're asking the city to spend a lot of money to rectify a situation that is partly of our own making. And I like I said, I haven't walked that to know exactly what Carol looks like she wants to say something.
Carol Cotter, city engineer. I do also want to acknowledge that.
Pull the microphone down a little bit more.
Sorry.
There you go.
Sorry. At this time, there are not any structures that are getting water in them. There aren't any residences. It's the improvements in that Rosewood Channel are affecting other improvements that have been made in that Rosewood Channel. So as we consider any removal of the improvements further along in the channel, do we want to consider what that impact is that's affecting the properties? Do we remove it because it's creating more water in the yard, or do we want to look at what is that impact actually?
And I don't know what the answer is. I feel like moving forward with a flood study is going to give us data that it's going to say the floodplain shifted. It always does, right, when you do one of these. And I feel like there's a opportunity to increase that floodplain potentially beyond what it would have changed if we were kind of at base zero versus starting from a different starting line than before. And that could cost a lot of people a lot of money. Flood insurance is not cheap. How much does it run? Does anybody know? It's $6 or $7 grand a year or something. I mean, it's a substantial amount.
I say a good rule of thumb is if you have a house outside of the floodplain and you get flood insurance, which just, PSA for everybody, you should have that if you can have it for localized flooding. But 10 times what you pay is normally what you pay if you are in the floodplain. So if you're paying, $600 a year for flood insurance, if you are in the floodplain, your structure's below that line, you can expect it to be $6,000 or $7,000.
I hate to have unintended consequences and have people in a worse position than they are right this second, especially financially, without us at least considering whether or not it would be advantageous to bring everybody into compliance. I know that would be painful, and I'm assuming that folks really want to keep their gazebo and what have you, but if it is obstructing flow and causing problems up, downstream, that to me seems a place where we at least should ask the hard questions. Whether or not we move forward with that, can be another discussion, but we need to at least ask. And I feel like we've kind of been skirting around that. And if someone's got something built in the floodplain or obstructing our drainage channels, then we need to consider whether or not we need to have that removed. But I had one more question.
Thank you, Ms. McElhaney. Are you not done yet?
Thing here.
You got more notes?
Yeah, one more word.
Mr. Smith wanted to make a comment.
Go ahead.
Just one comment.
Brief comment.
Something it just occurred to me that that channel that's there, it's probably a high likelihood that it's not within the easement anymore.
We haven't surveyed it, but there is that chance. That's a small width easement, 40 feet. You can't do
and it's
a whole lot.
probably moved on its own, or the improvements has moved it, and so we may not have access to everything that is there, causing a problem.
But if it's an unpermitted improvement and it's causing a problem. Anyway, just something to think about. My questions were related to the easement. It's only 40 feet on just that one Rosewood channel?
Correct, yeah. From Emerald Parkway to where it outfalls into the creek is 40 feet wide.
Okay, well, I absolutely want to see what we can do to help the folks of Emerald Forest, but I want to make sure we're looking at unintended consequences as we are balancing our movement forward.
Mr. Schaefer was raising his hand down there. Can we wait?
No, I think it's answered. I thought I heard, well, I'll just say what I thought I was interpreting a moment ago from Carol. Carol, were you saying that maybe some of these improvements on the Rosewood Channel were creating detention that might be useful downstream?
If people don't mind their backyard being retention.
Well, I know.
Detention,
that's what
that's
I'm
the
saying.
issue. They don't want it in their backyard.
This has changed the hydrology, so it sounds like these improvements might actually be slowing the water down in the channel, which could help people further down the channel. I don't know. That just came into my head when you were speaking for some reason.
Well, that wasn't the point of what I was saying, but I guess you could look at that. My point was, as we consider removing these improvements, we want to consider what is the effect of these improvements, considering the cost of what those improvements are. When we consider flooding, people will say, I'm flooding, or I'm experiencing flooding. but it might be their yard that's flooding. So when you want to take that, I guess, that value into consideration, is we look at structures flooding. Because there could be, whether you're flooding from a creek or some poor drainage on your property, it's not flowing away from your structure properly. We are kind of more considered with the safety of your structure, your home. But anyway, my point was that we're hearing that their improvements, the other improvements, are the ones that are getting damaged or washed away, not actual flooding of structures.
Carol, since you're up there, I'm going to ask you, but have we, in this larger picture, have we had reports of any structures flooding? So homes that have actually flooded. When we're talking about, I know we have the floodplain in the area and we've seen obviously issues, but we're talking about this one channel here. But overall, have we had any in Emerald Forest that have flooded at this point?
I'm not aware of any flooding of residences.
We would only know what was reported to us.
Yes, only what's reported. I have heard that there's been a garage that's flooded. It's at the rear of a property. But yes, no, we're not aware of any reported flooding in Emerald Forest, other than the swimming pool and I think some backup into the pool house.
Mr. Schaefer, you have the floor. Anything further?
Well, I don't know. I didn't want to cut in front.
No, well, we'll keep with you, and then we'll come back.
Okay, here's my take on it, and as quickly as possible, because a lot has been said. It seems to me that we are at a place since 2018. That's when the last major study was done. I mean,
correct.
I mean, things are changing. I think there's sufficient evidence to say that rainfall intensities are changing, et cetera. I think we ought to update the drainage master plan, just without knowing anything about what that would cost or how much time it would take. It seems like a wise thing. Typically, you're going to need plans like that to then inform the dot points above this, which are the state flood plan participation and the CDBG piece. So I think it's a lot easier to get the grants to do that work if you've got a plan that says, here's what we need to do. And I would think certainly given the proximity or the prevalence or the size is what I'm trying to say of the Bee Creek floodplain, that it would be a key piece of the study. So we would learn a lot about it in the process. So that's my 2 cents.
Mr. Yancey, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been down there. I've walked it when it's raining, when it's dry. There is a garage. A gentleman down at the end of the street on the right, he's got looks like a 60-year-old tree back there that all of a sudden it's got, 20 feet runners of roots exposed that you can tell weren't there before. Says he used to be able to mow his back lawn. Now he can't because there's, literally 6-inch diameter roots that are blocking. If there's some erosion under the foundation on his garage, I don't want to do any more studies. I don't want to trigger a bunch of people having to pay flood insurance. I mean, ultimately, we'll have to. I just want to fix it. I mean, I've been down there and I've looked at it, and I've looked at the ditch, drainage swell. I feel like if it were cleaned up, graded a little bit, that it would solve the problem. I am not an engineer. I have several hundred yards of drainage swale that I put in myself on the high side of a private road in the back of my property, and when it overflows, I put a couple of cones out there and mark it, and then when it dries up, I go out there and I grade it 2 or 3 inches deeper, and I keep doing that until the problem resolves itself, and now I have a perfectly equal width, equal depth drainage swale going all the way down 200-300 yards worth of road. So I feel like staff could fix this, and then and I think we should just go do it there on Rosewood, because it is alarming what I see. Surface water capture, I just find it ironic that we're in a water crisis and we have all this water down there, and we can't do anything with it. Maybe that's impossible, but just an observation. And then, has anybody gotten with TxDOT to review the specific drainage plan impacting this area as it relates to the Big Six project?
So that is, I'd made a note to comment about that. That's a great question. So as part of the design for the widening, TxDOT did do a drainage analysis, so all of the infrastructure that is there is staying the same. They are not expanding any infrastructure on Bee Creek or making it smaller. It's going to be the same size, which could be a good thing. So we know more flow isn't going to go, into the Emerald Forest area. But yes, we do know that there are going to be no changes to the drainage infrastructure on Bee Creek as part of the widening.
And the complete Bee Creek work, I'm a yes. CDBG, MIT flood hazard assessment, that's a voluntary thing, or that's going to happen periodically no matter what we do?
That is something we've already been awarded, and that's to look at all of our watersheds and tell us this is the most important one, whichever one that may
Cost us
be.
anything or no?
The grant is for $150,000? The grant's for $150,000.
And is this the study that since we're going to do it, could that itself trigger floodplain changes?
The follow-up studies would. This is going to look at all of our watersheds and determine which one is the one that needs to study the most, where it has the most significant changes in it.
This will identify the problem child areas, but it's not going to trigger a change in the floodplain.
No, not itself, no.
Okay, then I'm a yes on that. Funding for an additional flood study, I'm a no. State flood plan participation, we get a grant for that. Is there any strings attached to that could trigger a change in the floodplain and cost people $7,000 a year?
It makes us eligible for grants to do future either drainage master plan type studies or, yes, flood mapping or flood studies.
Yeah, then I'm a yes on that and update.
Councilmember, let me break in real quick and ask you something, Carol. One, I said 707,000. Somebody can check that on me. I don't want to quote those numbers, but I know what you mean. I do want to make a point, though, because you asked about what triggers it. If we have information as a city that says that we believe a floodplain is incorrect and expanded, I think we have some obligation, I'm not sure what it is, but to initiate what it is. It's a letter of map revision. Again, I don't know if there's you have to do it today or this type of thing, but generally it'd be almost like if we saw an unsafe traffic condition, we would then have to do it. So while that or any of these things wouldn't necessarily themselves be the letter of map revision that would do that, I think we want to be clear that we have an obligation even outside this program. If we see, the reason I said something about structures flooding, if we look at a map, and I don't know what specific house you're referencing, but if you looked at a map and somebody's house was flooding and they were in the floodplain and you said, well, rain and everything kind of matches up, then that would say, okay. But if somebody was 50 yards away from the existing floodplain and you saw repetitive flooding, or we did some kind of engineering study based on a road project and it really didn't align with what was there, we are under an obligation to say, well, now we need to look at this. Because while it costs someone and you don't want that, it's there because of the flood risk. So these specific things can lead to it, but just overall, it doesn't necessarily have to be the thing that does it to start the process from a jurisdictional standpoint where we go, hey, this really needs to happen.
So basically, we're part of the process. We're an interim authority.
Yes.
We submit a letter of recommendation to FEMA, and they come back and they say it's zone A, zone AB, whatever.
Right. If the floodplain looks like this now, we're like, for whatever reason, a construction project or we're doing something, we go and study it and we think it's actually this. We submit all that engineering data to FEMA and they say, we agree the floodplain has changed. And obviously one of the impacts that has is it impacts people's flood insurance. But obviously for us, what we want to do is make sure we have accurate maps so that when people are building things or we're permitting them, that we know where they're being permitted. And then the alternative is if you have a clomer, which is what you would do afterwards, and you said, well, the floodplain got wider and we're going to change the channel to narrow it back down, then we would basically tell FEMA, we're going to do this project and here's what it's going to do to the floodplain. And they would say, okay. And then when that was finally done, you submit another letter that says, okay, now we did it and it actually moved the floodplain back in. And then if someone was in it and you moved it, then it would go out. But all of these pieces, we are a part of that regulatory system for the stormwater.
I say thanks to staff. I have seen some movement. I know you guys have been paying homage to the problem and that you've been out there and you've been working with the citizens. And I think all that's missing now is just a natural progression of fixing it, getting to the where Rosewood is concerned. And that's where I'm at as one member of council. Thank you.
Ms. McLean, did you have one more comment?
No, when the question was asked, are there currently houses flooding, somebody back there was saying yes, and I was just curious. Oh, Susan?
House that was flooding. Clubhouse has flooded. But let me just say this.
If you want to speak, you might want to come to the microphone so that people can hear you. Identify yourself. You're asked to come forward by a council member. Thank you.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's fine. Just identify, bend it. There you go. Now you got it. Just identify yourself and
I'm Susan Ferreri, and I know that when my dad moved into this place, that was a dry creek. Why? Because none of the new construction, commercial construction, was built. All of our water problem is because of all the new commercial construction up the road, uphill.
What were you saying about the structures that were flooding? There are structures flooding. Was it the
Our
HOA?
clubhouse.
The clubhouse? Okay.
And then across from the clubhouse, there's Chippendale. The water gets right up to the edge. It's not anywhere near Rosewood. It's just all where the Bee Creek.
we heard people speak about that.
Yeah. But the thing is that it's a city problem and not a residential problem or residence problem because of all the new commercial construction that's been going on for years and years. And it's built up all the water coming down. You know, I turned in a claim because I'm right at that culvert.
Susan, I'm sorry. We called you to answer the question about the structures flooding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you very much.
I have one more question for
Last
Emily.
question, please.
Real quick question. If I live in Emerald Forest and I'm a resident and I want to build a retaining wall in my backyard and I come to the city to get a permit, will the city grant me that permit?
I will defer to the permitting department.
Well, you would need to get a permit, and it depends on if it's in an easement and if it's in a drainage way. There may need to be some drainage analysis to show that you're not impeding the
But we've
flow.
heard that some of the residents have built some.
But they've already been.
If it's in my backyard, it's 100% my property. Will the city give me a permit even though it's in the floodplain?
If you demonstrate that there's no negative impacts, well, you cannot block or impede the flow, but if you're demonstrating that there's some, maybe some cut fill balance, or depends on where it is in the floodplain, and if you're along the perpendicular to the flow, or what it looks like, how large, how tall, how wide.
Super
Councilmember,
helpful. So it's not a black and white. It's
But the point is, that all of those that are there were not permitted.
The simple answer, though, is to your question. If it is in a drainage way, it is unlikely that it would be permitted. If you prove that whatever you build, whether it's in a drainage way or just part of your site, does not cause any negative impact to other drainage, then it could be permitted. And that is the same thing for any new development. They have to show that they've mitigated drainage for whatever they've done. But if someone came in and said, I'm going to build out this retaining wall in my yard, and we would look at it, and if we didn't think it had any impact on drainage, then there's other engineering requirements for a retaining wall. Okay, fine. If we see and we say, hey, this is in a drainage easement and it's going to impede flow, then it would be on them to prove to us that it would not cause that problem.
Okay, in the interest of time, as one person who lives on Bee Creek, but in a different area, I have no questions. You guys work on it, and And I think you heard a lot of input from council members.
I did, and just to recap, so addressing Rosewood seems to be a high priority for council. And
Well, if it's a problem for them, I would say yes, and if it means they've got to take out some of the unpermitted improvements, I think that's the point that Ms. McElhaney was asking hard questions about, that, yeah, I think you need to move ahead, whatever consideration, working with the homeowners, yes. If they believe that there's flooding in their backyards and that's not acceptable, and because of these structures, as Ms. Cotter says, sometimes you need to study this though a little bit and not just go into the bulldozer and take them all out. And as I heard you say, we don't have an easement there, but it is a drainage way, right?
we have a 40-foot drainage easement.
Drainage easement, okay. Well, I saw your people working on the upper part of Bee Creek, which, right along Longmire this morning.
Oh.
They were cleaning out an area just above the culvert under Longmire. So your staff is absolutely working in the rain this morning, in the mud, cleaning that out. Any other questions or comments for staff? Okay, thank you for the presentation, and we'll move right on. We're going to finish this up, and then we'll take a break. I was hoping we'd done earlier, but 8.4 probably will take some time. Presentation, discussion, possible action regarding recommendations of the Housing Plan Advisory Committee to implement Housing Action Plan. Mr. Brower.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm David Brower with Planning and Development Services, and tonight I'm going to bring the initial recommendations of the Housing Plan Advisory Committee for your feedback and direction. I'll start by giving some background and then list the committee's 3 initial recommendations. I'm joined by members of the committee tonight, including the committee chair, Geraldine Nolan, who'll give remarks after this brief presentation. Rising rents and home prices have made it increasingly difficult for many residents to find housing they can afford in College Station. In response, Council launched a citizen-led effort to develop the Housing Action Plan, which was adopted as an amendment to the Comprehensive Plan in September of 2024. The 2 main overarching goals of the Housing Action Plan are to incentivize the production of more housing units of various types to meet growing demand and to produce and preserve housing that is affordable to community members. The Housing Plan Advisory Committee was created this past February to provide guidance, support, advice, and recommendations in the execution of the Housing Action Plan. The committee, comprised of 7 council-appointed volunteers, has met regularly since April of this past year to review existing conditions, prioritize action items, and develop recommendations to implement top-ranked strategies. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the committee for their hard work and excellent service for our community. Initial recommendations of the committee are as follows. So to implement Goal 1, Strategy 1, Action 1, the committee recommends proactively rezoning priority areas for townhome and middle housing options, specifically to encourage home ownership. They recommend setting limits that enable growth toward target development goals, prioritizing rezonings near key activity centers and corridors, and directing growth where infrastructure can adequately serve it. To implement Goal 1, Strategy 1, Action 3, the committee recommends reducing or waiving fees based on how much of a development is dedicated to affordable housing. They recommend defining affordable housing as units rented or sold at below market rates and restricted to low and moderate income households. And finally, to also implement Goal 1, Strategy 1, Action 3, they recommend investigating a tiered system for fees, reducing or waiving fees for smaller square footage to incentivize new and future development. They recommend investigating the budget impact these types of fee reductions would have. They suggest asking the questions, what would the offset from new development be? And how much new development would offset not having these impact fees? We're seeking your feedback and direction on how to proceed this evening. Based on your direction, staff will work to research and create options that will be brought back to the committee and then brought back to you as actionable items. And now Committee Chair Geraldine Nolan will provide her remarks.
Good evening, Mayor Nichols and council members. Thank you for having us here tonight, and thank you for creating this important committee. Our committee is made up of 7 College Station volunteers with a wide range of experience, much of it directly relevant to housing. We have Texas A&M professors whose expertise is in city planning, a banker who works with construction lending, a Bush School graduate student, the director of properties for Habitat for Humanity, and then there's me, someone with no technical background, but with a deep commitment to the community we all call home. Since April, we've been meeting monthly to learn together and explore practical ideas for increasing our supply of affordable housing. We want to emphasize that the people we are trying to serve are essential to the health and functioning of College Station. Our healthcare workers, teachers, police officers, and firefighters, the people who keep our businesses running, and many others. We also want to ensure that young families, single-parent households, and our retired neighbors on fixed incomes have a place here. And speaking personally, I would love for my kids to be able to come back someday and afford a home in the community where they grew up. Right now, the numbers simply don't align. The median College Station sales price for October was $320,000. The median income for a 3-person household is $79,687. To purchase said $320,000 home, a family would need to make $98,695. They would then have a payment of $2,467, assuming they were able to put $20,000 down, have a 6.4% interest rate and 4% fees. That gap between our median sales price and median household income tells us we have work to do. As a committee, our goal is to find thoughtful, realistic ways to weave more attainable housing into our community. We're not proposing anything drastic or disruptive. We want solutions that respect the character and integrity of College Station. Our focus is on identifying incentives and approaches that encourage builders and developers to include more affordable options. Ways to make participation appealing so that everyone benefits. You've just heard our first set of recommendations, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts, questions, and guidance as we continue this work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Are there questions for staff or for presenter, for the committee? There's some recommendations here, so why don't we start with you? Do you got any comments on the recommendations, or? Yeah, we'll go this way, just to change it up a little bit.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First of all, I think these are great. I love your strategies. I love the goals. I think y'all are definitely on the right track. I would love for you to come back to council and give us some options on how to implement this. I know you've talked impact fees, you talked square footage. I think you're right on track. I applaud the committee for their work.
Thank you.
Mr. White?
Yeah, thank you so much. Can you go back to, or was there a different
David,
goal here?
Yeah, go back to the first one there.
Well, just to say, I have a couple comments. I like the direction of the recommendations that you are setting out for us to sort of let loose for y'all on. I think you're heading in the right direction. I think I just have to generally say, somewhat jadedly, in the last calendar year, December to December, I think this body has collectively, for one reason or another, voted against about 1,500 homes of one type or another, whether they be student housing or single-family homes. And so I am happy to say these are the recommendations that I think y'all should move forward on, but unless we actually want to act and make tough decisions and say housing is our number one priority, I don't think recommendations are going to matter. And so I really appreciate it. And I think that we are taking the right step forward, and now it's going to come back to us to actually do something and not just keep kicking the can. Thanks.
Mr. Smith?
Okay, a question to start with. Okay, explain to me how waiving fees incentivizes the development of attainable housing.
So that's recommendation 2, correct? The reduce or waive fees based on how much the development is dedicated to affordable housing? Is that what you're referencing?
Yes.
So this type of housing, and this was confusing for me at first as well, this type of housing is typically built by nonprofits. This is not for profit. That's typically, David, please correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm misspeaking.
No, that's absolutely right. So it would be nonprofits or housing tax credit developers.
So when I asked, because my question, whenever this was, we started talking about this on the committee, my question was, well, how many of these have we seen? And again, correct me, I didn't actually write it down. From my memory, it was less than 10 of these homes have been built in the last 10 years.
Okay.
So that's
Okay, so this is not a builder-developer issue.
recommendation 2 is not correct.
Okay, so it's not so builders and developers basically respond to the market. Do you think there is a market for low square footage affordable housing in the College Station?
So the discussion that we've had in our committee is that if a builder developer can make money, then yes.
So they're not doing it because they're not making money?
This is Valen CPAC is also on our committee.
So to ask your question, Stylecraft built some in Midtown. They built only a few. They're now about to build 20 more because they were low square footage townhomes that you could purchase to own, and they were such a hit, they're building 20 more. To the point where David can tell you they've done several projects to do the down payment assistance to get people into those townhomes because the numbers penciled out. So there is a way to get them. There is a market for it. We just have to incentivize to get there.
Okay, that's what I was wondering is my gut tells me there is a market for this. There's a demand for this. That's why we see that as a problem, because it's a problem. And the builders and developers see the same things that we see. But, and apparently it's the light's coming on that, hey, we could sell some units here, we can make some money. And I mean, that to me, that's my preferred solution, is get the market to make it happen. I mean, now, I also know that there's a bottom to what the builder developer is likely to be able to make money from. And we may need some product that is, call it subsidized, and subsidization can be waiving fees. It can be down payment assistance. It can be a lot of other tools. And I think that there's some room for that too. And so I'm gathering that the recommendations that you're making are more along those lines, are in the subsidized market. Is that right?
This recommendation is number 2. Number 3 would be specifically reducing or eliminating fees, targeting lower square footage type units. And so this 2 deals with the affordable market. So saying that, and currently the city does waive impact fees for affordable housing development.
Yeah.
So that the recommendation 2 would be to go ahead and waive parkland dedication and permitting fees as well. And so that's that one with non-market housing. And then 3 is strictly with market housing, trying to incentivize smaller square footage.
Okay, so, okay. Okay, that helps. Thank you.
And Councilman Smith, I mean, you just appointed an IFAC, and so they're going to look at impact fees as well as a whole. We don't want to encroach on what they're going to be set to do. But when we've done the homework so far, it looks like when you look at these townhomes being built in the Midtown for around $260, if you were to remove some of those fees and you could get them even lower, I think the audience opens up a lot more to maybe the RNs and nurses, first responders who are younger trying to buy their first home in that area could have the opportunity to do a townhome like that for their first purchase and make that their home.
So would the builder developer agree to knock if we waived the impact fee, they would knock that price off of the market price?
I don't want to speak on their behalf, but if you remember a while back, we had several builders and developers here who pledged that if we were to move the fees, they'd bring the prices down. That's something where we just have to kind of throw the gauntlet down and say, are you willing to actually come to the table and work with us?
And sir, I think there would be no way for us to enforce that, however.
know.
And so I think but to achieve the goals of the plan, one being more housing and more housing types, and so looking at what's available, and so this recommendation would really help try to provide that type of product in the market and more of
Yeah,
it.
it's less that it would reduce the market value of that home. It would increase the supply of that type of home by incentivizing the builder developer, not the buyer.
That's correct, and it would be a more affordable home in that it's a smaller square footage. So homes that are smaller are less expensive just because it's less that is being built. Yes, sir.
Ms. McElhaney's not here, so let me just ask a couple of questions. Go back to recommendation number 1. Okay, proactively rezone priority areas for townhomes and middle housing. We've got a tremendous effort of rezoning to middle housing, but not a lot of it's greenfield, I guess, is the problem, right? So, frankly, I think that makes sense. Proactively rezone priority areas. I would go back to Planning and Development Services, who helped us figure out where these middle housing zones would be and identify within that, or some other areas that maybe we didn't catch the first time. I mean, I have no problem with proactively rezoning some priority areas for townhomes. We've already got a lot of townhome areas in town, it seems to me. Look, we've improved a lot of them. Not all of them are in the 269 range, the Stylecrafts building. A lot of them are a lot more expensive than that. So frankly, I think that recommendation 1 makes sense, but I would have to go back to the Planning and Development Services staff and you, staff, to say, okay, I'm not going to sit here and figure out those priority areas. I want staff to come forward. So I give direction to staff. Is that sort of what you're thinking?
Yes.
On this one, I mean, it's not something I can sit down with a map and draw with my crayon. I've got to have the input of professionals that really understand it.
Yes, sir. And so that's the work we would do if that's your recommendation to proceed, would be to go help identify those and then show them to you.
Then I would agree with number 1, that we need to be moving ahead to proactively rezone, but we've already zoned a lot of middle housing property that you can build lots of these kinds of creative housing units on, including affordable ones. So I'm not sure that without 2 and 3 that gets us very far, but that's certainly a place where you'd start. So I'd agree with that one. Go to 2. Oh, well, this is more of the nonprofit organization, Chodos or others, that could actually help us enforce the restricted to low and moderate income households and make sure it stays that way over time, right? Okay. I thought we were already doing that. Maybe we need to be doing more of it.
Go ahead.
So
as I recall, you were talking, well, no, aren't we waiving the fees already?
the addition would be to waive the parkland.
Oh, parkland and okay.
Yes.
I'd certainly be supportive of that if in
Permitting,
fact we
the
got.
parkland and permitting fees, to waive those as well.
Yeah, I'd be supportive of that because I think that's a fairly limited market. Otherwise, you got to do the economic analysis. If you go to 3, recommendation 3 is more what Councilmember Smith was talking about. Investigate. I have no problem investigating anything if the staff's got time to do it. I'd support all 3 of these recommendations as long as they're carefully done and brought back to us and give us a chance to respond to it. I think the cost of opening that up widely on city budget is significantly significant and important, and we need to know that when we were making those decisions. So I think investigating that and trying to help us get a handle on how much of the budget are we providing, and that's really a subsidy in a way, Mr. Smith was talking about. If we're not collecting some of these fees, that's a subsidy that is given. So frankly, I'm supportive of all three of those. Now we'll move to Councilmember McElhaney now that she's back.
Sorry, I stepped out. I do agree with all three of these as well. Just a quick question. When we have housing by nonprofits, do we waive impact fees on those already? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm stepping.
David can answer that.
We do? Okay. I guess not knowing exactly what I missed, but appreciating that the three recommendations are good. There was something that has kind of been a point of discussion that I've had with multiple of the council members at different times in appropriate settings, is what is home ownership? Like what, because we want to have that wealth building component. And I actually had a really interesting conversation with Valen just to try to, like, what does it mean? Is it the four walls in a house on a lot? Or is it a condo? Or is it, like, where is the starting line now? It feels...
Fallon actually prepared something for that question. He's been thinking about that one a lot, so he actually has something prepared for you.
I'm going to take credit for getting your brain working on that one.
Yeah, so we see home ownership as the opportunity to find your first stretch of success in this country to build wealth. So if that means you're buying a condo as your first home, we see that as a home. If you then utilize that condo to sell, to buy a townhome that has a couple more bedrooms because you're building a family, we see that as a home. And then the conversation we have more often here is about single-family residence homes that we agree are also obviously homes, but the thing to us that are more important is ownership. Utilizing systems that are already in place inside the institution of the College Station City, like what they've set up in David Brower's system to do down payment assistance or even renovation assistance. We want to find opportunities where the ownership aspect is the highest priority. And I say that because I have got some phenomenal people in my life, and one of them works for our church, does great things for our church. He utilized the home down system to payment, and he got to buy a home, and then a few years later used the renovation assistance to then fix that home, and they just had their third kid, right? And they both work for the church, and that to me is inspirational, that you can go and you can serve in different capacities, whether it's a nurse or a first responder, and that doesn't limit you by choosing to serve public service or choosing to do something noble from buying a home and investing in wealth generationally in whatever step that looks like.
So ownership, I would like to hear thoughts from the committee and some sort of recommendation that could support that concept. It's ownership. And I know that we're talking about affordable housing, and it mentioned, if you go back a slide, I think it said something about the rental rates. Did I see something about rental rates? Yeah.
He's just going back recommendation 1, 2, and 3, so.
Okay, well, just the encourage, okay, you've got the encourage home ownership, so it's.
This is for.
Yeah, rented or sold, yeah. So for me, the focus on rented is not as relevant to this discussion as it's the, housing action plan. I really like to see us building opportunities for ownership.
That's what we've talked about a lot on the committee as well.
Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the presentation. I feel like we're swimming in and out of two issues: affordable housing and entry level or obtainable housing, or whatever our terminology is. As far as your recommendations, I'll take anything at this point, so I agree with every single one of them. I feel like our strategic problem is the entry level housing market, not necessarily, down payment assistance. And the 3 years that I've been on council, you all do a fantastic job in navigating the complex world of CDBG and helping out. But I feel like our problem is very strategic in nature. I mean, when you got Rock Prairie Elementary that's down 13% in enrollment, something has gone off the rails. So just some, on the 1,500 homes comment earlier, I mean, I need to be assured that those homes are going to be purchasable homes, that we're not going to approve something under a blanket broad scale zoning and it's going to get built out as build to rent, the entire thing. So the focus mentioned earlier about owning versus renting, definitely. I know both are important. Apartment complexes are the largest single source of workforce housing in the United States. I think we have 3 or 4 that are shovel ready to go, and they're not moving forward, but for 7 figures and impact fees and other things they see don't make their projects pencil. I think we got to have an all of the above on housing, affordable, entry level, rental, but with a focus on ownership. Also, and it'd be great for me if you could kind of categorize these. What's entry level? When you're speaking about this topic, you're talking entry level. When you're speaking about this one, you're talking affordable, so that we just kind of keep our issues separated. The whole middle housing thing, I'm starting to see a lot of articles that it's been a failure, that the single family detached home is the single largest contributor to family wealth in the housing product categories, that if people wanted more middle housing, the market would have responded and built it. So I would just be wary of that. We just recently got a city land inventory list. The reason I asked for that was to see if there was anything out there that we could sell to the market for the development of entry-level housing that would be at an ROI to the taxpayer, but at below current market rates. Unfortunately, that list came back, and while it's a very, very long list, from a developable tract standpoint, it looks like it's pretty slim pickings, but there may be some. And I think this problem is so strategic that we need to be looking at maybe acquiring land for voluntary annexation out off William D. Fitch and growing the city's footprint and doing, partnering with a consortium of developers, selling at an ROI to the taxpayer, getting out of the way of fees and letting the free market go do its thing. When you have a sales tax holiday, it leads to increased purchases and the prices come down. Retailers don't raise their prices just because they're not remitting sales tax. The exact same principle would be in place relative to builders and developers. If the paper costs come down, the regulatory regime comes down, the fees come down, the pricing will come down too. And if it didn't, then we wouldn't have the sales tax holiday for supplies. And I just think we need to think more outside the box and think bigger. And Mayor, if I may, a gentleman missed by 5 minutes, wanted to sign up, a representative of one of the largest regional home builders that's corporately headquartered in College Station. He'd like to speak tonight if you're so inclined, Mr. Stephen Grove. And with that, I'll hush. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Schaefer?
Councilman, real quick, the word that keeps coming up is affordable housing, and I think something we could work on too to come back with. Last week we heard last council meeting, a lot of crass comments about affordable housing and what people's perspective is. What we're looking for is obtainable and workforce housing, entry-level homes, nurses, school teachers, first responders, people starting their own business and trying to build a family. Those are the people we're talking about who are priced out of homes right now. So for anyone listening in the community at stake, I just want to make very clear when we're talking about this, we're talking about workforce and obtainable housing, and would just put that out there compared to what we kind of heard last council meeting about affordable housing.
Yeah, and it would stand to reason that if we had a volumetric strategic problem in entry level or obtainable housing, and I think the jury's back, we do, then the affordable housing piece would be even more acute. And I think that's proven out by the data too.
Yes, sir. And I'll just add that those two do overlap. The figure that Chairperson Nolan referenced, the $79,000, that is 80% of the area median income for a household of 3. So that meets all the definitions for our grant funds, and it's fairly high income that still has trouble accessing the market. So whereas 10 years ago, what we deemed as affordable and we could serve with grants and what was then entry level were were pretty far apart. Now they're pretty close together just because of what the market's done.
So, yeah, real quickly then, I hope. I like these a lot, like my fellow council members do. I think if we could figure out a way, the key seems to be figuring out a way to implement them. You know, how, and if you all could bring us back information about things like the zoning, where would we have zoning that this could occur? That would be helpful, and I guess the staff would help you with that. I think the question that has come up time and time again is how do we incentivize, and how do dwellings become affordable? You know, how does the market, how do you manipulate, if you will, the market? And maybe it's square footage, David, I don't know. If that's what it comes down to, if we can really incentivize smaller square footage to create homes that are in the 250 or whatever that attainable piece is, then that seems like a good place to be going. Because I think Valen's right. I think it's about attainability, and if you can start at that level and move up, that seems like a way to go. Yeah, I'd need to see a lot of the evidence, you know, about the different impacts that it would have to the budget, et cetera, if some of these things were changed. So I think I'm on the same page as a lot of my fellow council members. But I also second their comments about the work you all have done. It's very appreciated. Let's see if we can make something happen. I do agree that, you know, William's right. You know, we voted down a bunch of housing recently, but my perception was that wasn't in the attainable category. That's all I would say to that. So thanks.
Okay, David, you're still there. At Councilmember Yancey's request, I don't have anybody signed up to speak on this, but if there's somebody that the individual you're referring to wants to speak to the subject, to the agenda item, which has these 3 recommendations, I'm more than happy if you'd like to come forward and identify yourself.
Good evening, Stephen Grove.
In 3 minutes.
Yes, sir, no problem. Stephen Grove, I'm Vice President for Land for Stylecraft Builders, Rainier & Son here in town. As Councilman Yancey said, our corporate headquarters are here. We've been here for a long time. Thank you for talking about Midtown. That's been very successful. That was a product we brought to market to provide attainable housing. Starting price is $230. Those are selling really well, and it's because it's a price that people can afford. A simple fee lot that they own their own product, and we want to do more of that in College Station. I love that you're talking about this, that you put this committee together. I think it's an important topic, and I think we can help, and we would love to continue to be a partner and work with the city on coming up with solutions like y'all talked about tonight. To your point, Councilman Smith, cost of land and lots and fees are the biggest cost to a home. When those go down, the price of home goes down. Right now, across the 40 neighborhoods we're selling homes in across the state, we're doing $20,000 buy downs. We're doing rate buy downs because cost of homes are too high. So if the prices come down, if the fees come down, the costs are the price of the homes are going to come down. That's a fact. We're not going to price it up just because we're already giving that money away in rate buy downs, in $20,000 your way at closing. So there's all kinds of things the market is doing. You can look at any builder that's doing it. So we're here in town. We're not going anywhere. We love College Station, and we would love to continue to look at projects like Midtown. Anything we can do to help.
Yeah, I've had conversations with Doug French about opportunities. Some of the trade-offs are in Stylecraft, as I recall. in Midtown, you're not paying impact fees because they got a credit.
Well, we had to pay the developer for that.
Pardon?
We paid the developer that impact fee back because he paid it up front.
Okay, but the people that are buying it are also, as we've heard consistently, they're in a MMD, so they're going to have the extra tax cost. So if you're able to do that in other non-MMD areas, the taxes they got to pay are going to be lower because they don't have to pay the MMD tax.
Yeah.
But there'll still be other kinds of fees associated with it. So I'd say great if we can work with the committee and help them flesh out some of the ideas here. I'm happy about it.
Okay. Yep.
Yes, Mr.
I actually had a quick question.
Right.
I am very confused as to why you had to pay the developer an impact fee.
I don't know that it was an impact fee. It was a fee. I'd have to go back and look at our contract.
Okay, because I'm not sure if that's how that should have worked that way. I
Oh,
think
they may be.
Fee credits or something like that.
Yeah, so and Anthony can jump up if I get this wrong, simply in Midtown, the developer's not paying an impact fee. He has credits from infrastructure he built, which he can use the MMD, which is the extra tax that was just referenced, that the residents pay.
Residents pay, but he had to pay a fee, apparently, in
That's-
addition to buying the
That's
land.
between, I mean, that's
Between him and
the
the builder,
market.
him and the developer, yeah.
It's not a signature.
Yep.
I did want to make one comment. Thank you for what Stylecraft is doing in our community.
Very good. Other comments? David, I think you got, sounded to me like pretty general support to move ahead, but it looks like there's an awful lot of devil in the detail there of getting to some of that. So I
Yes.
think the direction the committee is taking, Geraldine, I should be speaking to you and Valen as well. The direction the committee is taking is trying to get a bite of some of what was in that plan and see if we can't operationalize it, but there's still some of the suggestions you make imply investigate this, investigate that, prioritize this, prioritize that. A lot of work to be done.
Thank you so much. And just to summarize, y'all are positive on all of these initial recommendations. And so we'll come back with the first one with specific areas to give you ideas of where this might be appropriate and your feedback. With the fees for nonprofits, you're positive on that, and we can come up with a cost analysis on what that would involve. And then the third one, we'll come up with general square footage and then give you numbers on what that would mean as far as revenue that the city would be giving up to incentivize that.
Yeah, and I think you'll be working with the CFO and our finance and budget people as well on that one, because we got to get a handle on how much we're giving up on that.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you all. Appreciate it, Geraldine, Valen. Thank you for being here. Okay, I'm going to declare a 5-minute break because we've got still the regular agenda, and there's 3 items on it, one of which will take a while. Be back in 5 minutes. Caption, public hearing, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding an ordinance amending Appendix A UDO, Article 4, Zoning District, Section 4.2, Official Zoning Map, Code of Ordinance, City College Station, Texas, by changing zoning district boundaries from GC General Commercial to T Townhouse for approximately 0.0175 acres, generally located east of the intersection of Hellman Drive South and Kane Road. Mr. Jeff Howell will make the presentation. This is a public hearing.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Jeff Howell with the Planning and Development Services Department. As was mentioned, this item is for a rezoning for a property that is currently vacant located east of Holloman Drive South. This is for an item that is basically a correction to rezone the property from GC General Commercial to T Townhouse to allow for consistent standards for additional housing in this area. It is seen as an extension of the adjacent future land use designation. We have received no public communication in support or opposition to this request. This item was heard at the November 6th Planning and Zoning Commission meeting where it was unanimously recommended for approval. And that concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions for staff? Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. I don't have anyone signed up to speak. Seeing no one coming forward, if there is someone that wishes. No one coming forward, so I'll close the public hearing and turn to the will of council.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by by Council Member Yancey and Ms. McElhaney to approve this item. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. See how good regular items are, particularly when they're small and when they're already approved by P&Z. Okay, 9.2 might require a little more discussion. Mr. Howell again. This is a public hearing, presentation, discussion, and possible action regarding an ordinance amending Appendix A UDO, Article 3, Development Review Procedures, Section 3.5, Concept Plans, PMUD and PD Districts of the Code of Ordinances, City College Station, Texas, by amending certain sections relating to requirements, concept plans, and community benefits for PDD Plan Development Districts. Mr. Howell.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. Jeff Howell with the Planning and Development Services Department. As was mentioned, this is an ordinance to amend the Planned Development Districts, or PDD, section of the Unified Development Ordinance. And so I'll start with the history of this item. This was identified on the plan of work for quite some time. This item was brought forward before the Planning and Zoning Commission as a workshop item back in June of last year. It was then recommended to have a stakeholder meeting, and which staff did in July and August, later on again last year. And so I did want to give a little bit of a background of PDDs. PDDs were first created back in 1998. A concept plan was then added to the ordinance in 2001, and then community benefits were included in 2003. As part of the rezoning process for a plan development district, they do include a concept plan. As part of the concept plan, meritorious modifications are requested, which are variations to the zoning district or modifications to standards. As part of that, applicants can provide community benefits. With that, also, concept plans are, when they are adopted, they can be amended, and they are classified as minor amendments, which are approved at the staff level, or major amendments that are brought forward to Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council. And so why would somebody do a plan development district? Well, here is the definition, and I won't read the entire thing, but basically it's to encourage innovative development and to provide for and allow for variations when needed, and they do accommodate developments that may not fit into the typical zoning districts. Here is a snapshot of the plan development districts throughout the city of College Station. There are about 133 unique elements within the city, and the average size does amount to about 20 acres. That size does go all the way down to about a quarter acre, all the way up to a little over 264 acres. And so some of the existing challenges that we're seeing with plan development districts is that the level of detail in those concept plans does vary. The community benefits that are provided sometimes are not tangible. They might be privatized, or they might not be enforceable at the staff level. Also, the modifications that are being brought forward are sometimes subjective. And so in order to address that, that's why we are bringing forward an ordinance. So between the fall of last year and to now, staff has been working on updating the ordinance to bring forward, and that's the item that's being brought forward tonight. And so the red lines are included as part of the packet. And so with that amendment, that we do provide minimum standards that each plan development district must provide for, as well as selective standards that can go beyond the requirements of the Unified Development Ordinance. We do differentiate between larger and smaller PDD areas. And we do also include elements to identify predictability and clarification to some of those standards, as well as the modifications to provide for more elements to, again, assist staff as well as the development community. And so this is an outline of the red lines that were brought forward and that are included in your packet. This does outline the section as well as the request and the reason for the amendment. You'll see this table again on the next slides, but I just wanted to show you how this is organized. So the first is for concept plan standards for those that are less than 20 acres. We did want to provide additional clarifications for the elements to show, as well as updating the language for community benefits. For those that are larger than 20 acres, we do want to include a more generalized concept plan, as we have seen that in the past, and to allow for those to come back in when they are further developed and to be phased at a later date. For those that are greater than 5 acres, we did include required elements that are to be provided as part of the plan development district, and that includes open space and landscaping, as well as to include selective standards, and that includes landscaping, impervious cover, and some of those items that might be provided for as community benefits, but again, it's to provide for predictability for staff as well as the development community. For those less than 5 acres, and this was something that was brought forward and identified as part of that workshop item, is to have options for those that are less than 5 acres. 5 acres is an area that we have seen other cities have a limitation for plan development districts, and so that's why that number has come up. And so we did identify a point system to allow for benefits, and what we did was we did identify community benefits and assign them a point value, and so those can then be added and accrued to then provide for a point total. The point total does range from 4 to 7 points, depending on the size of that development. As the development gets smaller, more points are needed. And so 1 point can be awarded for things such as signage and NRA standards, 2 points for more landscaping and tree preservation, and then 3 points for parking screening, as well as landscape buffer increases. And this would, of course, be subject to approval, and this does allow for more flexibility and predictability as to what might constitute as a community benefit. And then the last section that was amended is for the modifications, to identify what's a minor modification. And so we did include some qualifiers in here as well as to help identify what would constitute a minor versus major modification, as well as those for greater than 20 acres. So that way we can identify things that would come before City Council versus things that can be approved at the staff level. This item was brought forward to Planning and Zoning Commission back in on November 6th. It was unanimously recommended for approval. We did receive communication for this item, and so with realizing that there was a breakdown in the communication, this is the item that is being brought forward to you all, but it's ultimately up to the will of City Council if you all want to table this for more discussion, but this is the item that is being brought forward this evening.
Okay, so you have outlined this before I turn to council for questions. Let me just ask, how does our approach to PDDs match with, say, best practices of cities that we identify as aspirational cities or comparable cities?
Right. So when we did start this process back last year, we did look at the other cities. There are about 14 that we do look at. And so some of them do have minimum modification or minimum standards that they do have, as well as minimum size standards and some other things, but it does ultimately vary. And so with this ordinance that's being brought forward, it was to improve our current ordinance that we currently have to, again, assist both staff and the development community as these items come forward. And it's also as a result of other applications that have come forward as well. But it does vary between community and community.
And as you said, the P&Z recommended approval 6-0?
That's correct.
Okay. This is a public hearing, but I'll ask council members first if they have any questions for staff. Seeing none, Mr. White, you do or not?
Clarify, what did you say at the very end? There was somebody who thought this should not be a discussion? And
Yeah, just to explain that a little bit more. So it came to my attention this evening that we have a standard process when we go about these. We had a stakeholder meeting, we met with some stakeholder groups, we took that feedback and came up with the ordinance that we think is the best ordinance. We didn't end up sending that back out, and so you're gonna hear, I think some people signed up tonight to they have some concerns over it. End of the day, we still feel this is a solid ordinance. This is the ordinance that we're looking for. If council wants to take in that feedback and have us go back and have conversations to make sure we're all on the same page, you're welcome to do that. Doesn't mean it's going to change. We certainly might still bring back the exact same document, but everyone will be on the same page. It's certainly, yeah, we have a standard process. We typically would send that out on the back end, and that did not occur in this case, but ultimately, again, this is what we're presenting tonight.
Perfect. Thanks for the explanation.
Yeah.
One other question, just to clarify, this is the first time council has seen this, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because I was on P&Z when we saw it in, I think, June of last year, and we actually, at the end of that meeting, kind of asked you to go back and get stakeholder input. That's the reason it stopped right there. And so,
correct. We had a workshop item. We came up to P&Z with it to kind of really kick the tires on it, to get the dust off of the item, and then we ended up going back out, we went to a stakeholder group. We had a different format of the ordinance at that time on what we were looking to do. We took some feedback from that group. We met with basically development community members from around the area that use this system a lot, and we got a lot of good pieces from that, and so we pieced that together on what we presented this evening, and that, again, we did that process. We didn't do a follow-through on the back end where we sent back out that red line for them to see in advance. It was posted, it did go to P&Z, so there is certainly posting, but our standard process would be to kind of reach out ahead of that.
thank you.
Yes, Mr. Shaver?
Go ahead, Bob.
Bob?
Thank you, Mayor. Anthony, how many times have you guys recommended against a PDD?
I'd have to look. I mean, so there's probably been a number where just in general, it was probably tied with the CPA. There's probably about a 50-50 split, I would say, where we probably recommended against it. Sometimes you'll see PDDs come in and they're kind of using this loophole system, so to speak, where they're trying to go around other variance processes in the ordinance. You'll also see it though where they're trying to really change what the comprehensive plan says an area is envisioned to be, and they come in alongside a PDD to kind of help marriage that change together and really spell it out for the area of their community. I would say on those instances, those are probably ones where we've recommended denial because they were paired. The caveat to that is that if you change the comp plan and then it's in line with the PDD, we'd be recommending we'd probably be recommending then approval of that PDD. But I'd have to do more research, but I would say, and across the board, generally speaking with PDDs, it's probably an overwhelming percentage would pass. But when we start talking about comp plan amendments in conjunction with PDDs, it's probably more of a 50-50.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Can I add a little bit onto what Anthony said? I think that's right, but generally speaking, and I think y'all understand the process, but when a PDD comes in, it becomes a negotiation process with staff and the applicant. And because we're looking at it and saying, hey, the ordinance says in order to ask for this modification, you have to provide some community benefit. And so there's some back and forth there. If we took forward exactly what came in initially, we would probably be recommending denial a lot more. But we get to a point which we can recommend approval to bring forward to the P&Z and council to get it to meet that ordinance.
That's a good thing, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it is. That's a
there's
good thing,
built-in flexibility. You guys work it out with the developer. Of the times, Ms. Prohaska, that you guys have come to us and recommended a denial, have we ever approved one of those?
I don't recall that specific instance.
Okay, and I guess what I'm trying to understand is, in the middle of a housing crisis, what problem are we trying to fix here? What are we trying to fix? If we've got this thing that's working, and when you guys say you don't like it, we don't approve it.
I would say exactly to Jennifer's point, a lot of it is about, the main purpose of this is to provide clarity. So it can expedite the process if everybody is on the same page going forward. So there's a list, there's an items, it's an expectation. Right now, I submit an application for a PDD. One, we're seeing a lot of things where people aren't providing community benefits. They might consider it a community benefit, but the way that staff and the ordinance interprets that, it's not tangible, it's not something you can put your hands on. And so we had issues where things were getting all the way up to council, all the way to the dais, and council kind of felt like their hands were tied because the applicant had gone through this process back and forth with staff, kind of working through what staff thought was great, what the applicant thought was good, and what they were willing to give up. It got here, and it was so far down from a timeline standpoint that council didn't want to belay that timeline potentially, and so that negotiation piece kind of got lost. And so this was the primary purpose of this effort is to put in the ordinance, here's what we are looking at as a community. These are the types of items we think would be good benefits. So when I come in day one in the door, to your point, when there's that time is of the essence, this should expedite that process.
I have 20 more questions, but I'll just ask which one? You have this very prescribed list and a point system. We've seen situations in the past where a point system meant to provide a rubric or metrics by which we get to a spot, they just wind up handcuffing us. What if a developer brings a particularly attractive benefit to a surrounding community to where, we want this, but it doesn't happen to be on your prescribed list?
Yeah, that was just the question we were talking about earlier this evening. So right past the section on the points, there's a catch-all where it says the administrator can determine that something is a tangible value to count as an item. So it allows, again, the point of this item was to provide a list of clarifications, but you could still maintain the system that exists today. So you could still maintain that additional kind of back and forth while meeting the intent, but it still helped everyone kind of move forward on a known path versus there's a lot of unknowns with the process right now. But there still is there's a catch-all. I think it's bullet 4 in that list right past where you've got the different size requirements. It talks about that there's a flexibility that the administrator can grant other tangible benefits.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, anybody else with questions? You can always come back with questions after the public hearing. This is a public hearing. I do see Veronica Morgan's name listed, but I'm not sure whether she wants to speak or not. It wasn't really listed as a
She stood up.
as a available person. She's here, so obviously has a tremendous history and knowledge of this area, probably has a couple of thoughts.
Well, good evening, Veronica Morgan, Mitchell and Morgan Engineers, 3204 Earl Rider Freeway South. Thank you for letting me speak to you guys tonight. Anthony and I spoke in the hallway just prior to this this item, trying to figure out how do we get from point A to point B. I think the idea was if we could get you guys to table this, that would be ideal, because we have not had a chance to look at this ordinance. Didn't know it was going to P&Z, wasn't informed of any of that, so I certainly would have been at P&Z to speak had I known that it was going. Didn't know it was on council until just recently. We had yesterday and today to look at the ordinance, and we would like to have a chance, and as well as several other development community members and engineers local who have concerns about this, to get with staff, talk through it with them, and figure out if we can come to some agreement as to how do we move forward with this.
It's a matter of transition or what that you're
There are
concerned
several
about?
things in the ordinance that are very concerning. It feels like the ordinance is penalizing the smaller sites. And we were the ones who got up 18 months ago and said, wait, you got to leave the small sites in there. We use it all the time for small sites. We did it for Aggie Land Outfitters. We've done it for several small sites that are around town. And those small sites are important because they're infill sites. And that's the way we're able to negotiate agreement with neighborhoods. And a lot of times those neighborhoods, what's on the point system is not something that we have typically gone to with the neighbors. We're responding to what their concerns are. So they don't want drive-throughs, they don't want gas stations or something like that. Well, that's not on that list, but Anthony has told us in the hallway, but we can do that as an administrator function. And we don't know how that works, actually, because we haven't had a chance to even talk through that with them, is how does that work? If we're going to take it back to the way the ordinance is written today, where it's a negotiation, which we think works fine, if they want to have that laundry list of items that you could pick from, fine, have the laundry list of items that you can pick from, but don't make it a point system where you're penalizing the small sites because they have to get 7 points, and it's very difficult to do that on a small site. So we want the opportunity to be able to step back, take a moment, talk to staff, and see if we can figure out a way that we can all come to an agreement as to what this ordinance should look like.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Is there any other, this is a public hearing. Anyone else who wishes to speak? Seeing no one at this point, I appreciate the input from Ms. Morgan. I will close the public hearing, and now the council can consider this. Where should we start? How about you?
I agree with everything Veronica just said. You know, just from my personal experience, I know that when you're working with a small site, your limitations, you've already got a lot of limitations on it, and you milk every square foot out of it that you can, and the constraints that you're under should be dictated by the zoning and I guess the community pressures around you. And I believe that you can be more nimble if you're not selecting off a list. I appreciate that staff does a negotiation. I think that they do it well. I don't know that it always has you in the happiest position, because you are the arbiter, but between council and P&Z and the developer. But I trust staff to make those judgments prior to bringing forward. I feel like it's been successful, and I do feel like the point system does penalize, especially those smaller lots. And that was the very concern that I guess the original iteration eliminated anything less than 5 acres. We're a city that's going to be infill development, predominantly over the next series of decades. So I would like to keep as much flexibility available for us as we're piecing together, cool things throughout the city.
Okay, I'm going to go in this direction. So, Mr. White, if you got any comments?
Jeff, on that P&Z vote, that 6-0, was that the vote that took place 18 months ago?
18 months ago, it was just a workshop item, so there wasn't any actual formal approval or anything like that. It was just more of, as Anthony mentioned, items that were brought forward as concerns or things to do. And so one of the items was having a stakeholder meeting and some other inputs that were provided. So it wasn't necessarily a vote, perhaps. It was just a workshop item.
But there was a vote. Is there no vote from P&Z?
Yeah.
Oh, three weeks ago?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, 3 weeks ago it was unanimous. I'm sorry.
So
I
that
thought
was
you
my
meant
question.
Exactly.
So 18 months ago, so this action
Well, it's 3 months, 3 weeks ago.
was 3 weeks ago.
The unanimous approval was 3 weeks ago, but I thought I'd heard you say 18 months ago. Sorry.
So P&Z approved it without having engagement with the community on any of their feedback?
There was that engagement that was recommended for the staff to do as part of that with the stakeholders, but ultimately there wasn't any further discussion after that stakeholder meeting to the ordinance that was brought forward. That's correct.
I would support I would probably think that your recommendations might be the same, but I would definitely recommend tabling it till we get that feedback.
Mr. Wright?
I think I'm going to echo what my other folks are saying. I think that you're going to come back with the same stuff, and I agree with it, but let's just do it the right way and by our policy and by the books how we have been.
Mr. Smith?
Mayor. I like PDDs. I think that the idea behind them it's the way to make things work, especially when you're doing infill development and trying to make hard things fit. I am fine with giving it some more time so we can get some input from the stakeholders out there that didn't get the input they needed before. But I'm supportive of PDDs, and please continue to make it a good process.
We'll go back this way, Mr. Yancey.
Ditto to everything my colleagues have said, and I would only add that as one member of council, I'm desirous of a new era of openness, cooperation, negotiation with our development and builder community, and I feel like going back at the public engagement, as previously said, is the best way to achieve that in the right way. Thank you.
Mr. Schaefer?
Yeah, agreed. It's been a long time since that original stakeholder meeting. I don't have as good a memory as Melissa. I'd forgotten. I was on P&Z at the time, but I'd forgotten we did this. I do have a couple of questions on the point system, for example, which Veronica brought up. Why is it scaled that way, where fewer points are required for larger pieces and more points for small ones? What's the thinking behind that?
Right, so the point system does identify, and I'll go back to it right here, so that those items that have less points might be seen as easier to attain, whereas the greater points do have more of an impact. But this does allow for that flexibility to mix and match as necessary, because sites do vary in terms of their size and their limitations, as well as the development itself. And so as a site gets smaller, then that increase in points is required, but it also requires a combination of points as opposed to doing one community benefit and having that recommendation of approval. It does allow and require that combination and to provide more as sites become smaller. Because again, this was brought forward when it was first brought forward as seeing a limitation at 5 acres. And so that's why as sites get smaller, it does require greater.
So as sites get smaller, they're perceived to have a greater impact, and therefore you need more compensation in terms of benefits? Or
They might be more infill developments, but it's also the planned development district is a district, and so it does identify that as something that might be seen as much larger and greater in scale. And so it does allow for, again, things that might be more on the building side to be done, but then landscaping. So it does vary in terms of the site itself, but it does provide for that flexibility. So that's where that list came up with, or came from. But also we looked at previous PDDs over the last 10 years, and that's how this list was derived, to ensure that they were things that could be done as opposed to things that just are pie in the sky.
Okay. The other question I had, and I think it's probably, maybe it's an easy answer, I don't know, but as I look through this, like let's continue to look at this slide, and 3 points for pedestrian connectivity. So if something like this was to go into an area that already had sidewalks and other connectivity around it, and it was in the context of that, it would be required to connect to it, right? Whether or not you selected the point value? I mean,
right, there are requirements that it would have to adhere to, but that would be this is to go above and beyond the requirement. And so, as Anthony mentioned, some of these items would be need to look at in terms of their things that could be counted for, because it might be something that's already required and wouldn't count as a benefit.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, my thought is very similar to everybody else's here. I do want to just remind the council that this is intended to be a clarity activity, which is what the Director of Planning and Development Services described it as, and when he made his comments. So it isn't as though you're doing away with the negotiation process, but I do understand that the point system seems to be need a little bit more discussion and maybe add a little more clarity. And as Ms. Morgan indicated, that it's really just a matter of understanding it and perhaps working on some aspects of it, particularly the points you were just raising. Did I close the public hearing? I did. Okay, thank you. But I do just want to remind the council that staff is not backing away from the idea of working with the developers and the planners. It's just to give them a little more information up front so they can come in with a better PDD to begin with that might be easier to accept and shorten the timeline. However, it sounds like there's some sensitivity about this, and keep in mind that if you do postpone this, you need to postpone it to a date certain. If not, if you table it, it just lays there. So if there's going to be a motion, I would like to see a motion to postpone to a date certain and ask for staff to examine this with stakeholders. Is that something that would work or not?
Perfect. I was going to just suggest a date.
Pardon?
I was going to suggest the date of January 8th. I think that's
Okay.
your first council meeting in January would be a good date.
Are these modifications something that need to be made? Or is it just, I mean, it seems
It
like.
doesn't fundamentally change, it wouldn't, so no matter what happened tonight, you're not going to not be able to keep doing PDDs. So it's not going to put a roadblock. It's just additional conversation
I'm just
that could be
saying that
had.
if, I mean, our current ordinance, is working, do we
Oh.
have to adopt something new?
Our recommendation would be to adopt something new, yes.
Okay, so you would prefer that we postpone it to?
First meeting in
certain?
January. which I
Mr.
think is the
Schaefer,
8th.
you'd like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll move that we ask staff to come back on January 8th, having met with.
18th.
It's 8th, January 8th, all
Oh,
right?
was it 8? I'm sorry.
2026.
I apologize.
It's January 8th, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. We asked staff to come back on January 8th, having met with stakeholders once again, and having a recommendation at that time regarding this.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
From Mr. White, is that right?
I'll second. I like it.
Okay, you can speak to it, but you're seconding the motion as made, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to speak to your motion?
No, I think we said it. I appreciate
Okay.
it.
Yes, I would like to have council consider that if there's any modifications to the current recommendations, that it go back to P and Z for their review, and then bring it back to council. I'm not sure if you can do that by January 8th. If you can, that would just be my only modification, Scott, if you do agree to that.
You seconded a motion that didn't include that. So
I know, that's why I didn't, so.
you want to withdraw your second or not?
Are you open to that amendment?
Well, that might change the date then.
Mayor, I think you can probably just direct Anthony just to bring it back whenever they're done doing whatever meetings they have.
We don't have to have a date
I
certain?
mean, you can be formal and do a motion, but I think you can just direct him to bring it back.
Without a motion?
Yeah, I mean, you're just directing staff to go back and meet with stakeholders and bring it back to Sean. If you want it to go back to P and Z, it can go back to that process too.
Well,
You don't need a formal motion, and there's no action to take on
This
the item.
this has been presented to us as an ordinance, and we've had a public hearing. Now, you're telling me we don't need to take a formal action? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I just said.
Except to direct?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do you want to change that motion? We got a
And
motion
you still
on the
can do the
floor.
motion. It's
We
up
got
to
a
you.
motion on the floor. Unless somebody wants to withdraw the motion, and then we'll just direct.
I'll withdraw the motion, but I'd like for somebody else to make it.
There's not going to be a motion. All right. How about that we direct staff to come back to us after they've had appropriate engagement with the stakeholders and with P&Z, and bring it back to us at that appropriate time. Is that a direction?
Sounds good.
Very good. Without a motion. Very good. Okay, thank you, Mr. Attorney. Okay, well, that moves us through that one. And for now, it'll come back to us. All right, 9.3. The last item on the regular agenda, presentation, discussion, possible action regarding an amendment to the on-street parking removal policy and guidelines to establish minimum street pavement widths for on-street parking. Ms. Prohaska, and I do have several people that wish to speak on this, so it's not a public hearing, but they will get a chance to speak. Ms. Prohaska.
Good evening. This item is an amendment to the city's parking removal policy. It's a document that outlines the process and standards for consideration of parking removal in existing neighborhoods. It's something that you all adopted about a year or so ago, and a copy of those red lines are included in your packet. The approval of the policy tonight does not remove any on-street parking in any neighborhood. It is just a policy that creates more specific guidelines that you may use to consider parking removals in the future. It does allow residents, the council, and staff to make initiation of discussion for parking removal, and outlines an investigation process, public input, and council's final approval. You all will always remove parking. It won't happen at any other level. By way of background, in October, just about a month ago, you all considered the results of the public input process to remove overnight parking in Southside and Eastgate. The goal of that effort was to try to reduce the permanent resident parking on streets in those neighborhoods. But from that discussion and the feedback that we got, the direction that council gave to staff was to look at, alongside our public safety and public works folks, to take a look at our operations and make recommendations on how wide streets need to be able to accommodate parking, and then therefore at what widths you should look at removing parking in order to accommodate public safety and operational access in the neighborhoods, and of course trying to balance the parking that is needed for neighborhoods. At that time we told you we'd kind of give y'all a couple of different options. One is a baseline of where we are right now. We'll look at an improved scenario, which is actually what we are recommending, but I'll show you also what an ideal scenario would look like if all we had to worry about was city operations and public safety, and we did not have to worry about providing parking within the city. We'll look at those numbers too. We'll also talk a bit about how we got to the policy in your packet, because again, we do have an existing parking removal policy, and we also have existing ordinances for single-family parking requirements with platting. So in the city of College Station, when you plat a new neighborhood, if you have standard width streets, 27-foot wide streets, you remove parking on at least one side of the street from day one. So we'll get back to that when we're talking through that. Right, so the policy primarily outlines process, and again, you have the red line policy in your packet, starting with a report or initiation of an investigation into a complaint, whether that is a perceived issue in a neighborhood or whether we've had specific issues with operations or public safety in the area. It can be initiated from a complaint from a resident or from the council or from city staff. But again, only the council can approve the removal of any parking. There are two primary considerations that are included in the policy. The first is those public safety and operational concerns. If we cannot get vehicles down the street or safely operate our vehicles, that is something where we can take that directly to the council to look at removal. And then the second is criteria based on widths of the streets. The results of the investigation will be considered by our traffic management team. That's a staff team that has public safety and operations professionals on it, and they will provide a recommendation based on the investigation findings, and that will go to the City Council for consideration. So I told you all that we had Public Safety and Public Works look at what would be ideal to serve single-family areas if we didn't also have to park people in neighborhoods. So this is what we're looking at here. Basically, would be your ideal scenario where parking doesn't matter, right? So remembering that a 27-foot wide street is the standard street in College Station. You don't see hardly any single-family streets wider than that, but we do in our older neighborhoods have streets narrower than 27 feet. So when you look at this, that's why I'm saying it's ideal, because this, if we adopted something that looked like this, parking would come off of both sides of all streets in all neighborhoods in College Station potentially, right? And so, again, this is ideal for our operations and public safety. But what we'll look at with the recommendation is something better than what we have today, but maybe not always ideal for operations. This really becomes a concern in areas where you just have a lot of population density and therefore a lot of vehicles. You will notice in the neighborhoods you live in and go visit in with the City of College Station that there's generally not a parking problem in most areas. And so you are able to, in lots of neighborhoods, pass safely with vehicles parked because they don't have the same density of cars. As you get closer to the university, we see a lot more cars parked on the street and a lot more people living in the neighborhoods. So that is really where we see some of those issues. What we have recommended as guidelines in the policy is on your screen. It is, again, also included as part of that red line. These are recommendations that are intended to balance those operational needs that we just talked about with the need for on-street parking in neighborhoods. And again, they are guidelines to consider when you are considering parking removal. These mirror what we require for new neighborhoods in College Station. So if you build a new neighborhood in College Station with standard width streets, 27-foot wide streets, parking is removed on one side of the street day one. Those standards have been in place about 10 years. I don't remember exactly how long, but they came from a council subcommittee on neighborhood parking. Or perhaps it was a joint committee with the Planning and Zoning Commission that was formed in 2012. They wrote a report based on neighborhood parking and the need for something different to look at. And we came up with these new standard widths for parking removal or to do something different with parking in our newer neighborhoods. We did not address the parking situation in our older neighborhoods. So again, with these regulations, we see neighborhood streets that function very well, but it's when you get the density of residents and their vehicles that you see closer to campus. And South Side is where we come across more significant operational issues. And that is because South Side not only has the density of people and vehicles, but it also has a lot of substandard streets, so streets that are less than 27 feet wide. You have a number of roads in that area that are under 24 feet. So here in, I guess, the next slide, we're going to look at some images of Southside or a portion of Southside, just so we can see what that area would look like if we put these rules into place. We've already removed a lot of parking in Southside over the years because of operational concerns or public safety concerns. But there would be kind of in that core part of Southside, probably about 30 segments of roads that if you looked at these guidelines, we would be able to potentially want to look at parking removal. All right, again, parking removal is done on a street-by-street basis, so we'd probably never look at a neighborhood and say, remove parking on all streets that are under 27 foot wide, but you'd want to look at each case kind of on a case-by-case basis, and the way we remove parking is by a street schedule. And so it would list street by street and segments of streets by segments of streets. So what this map is showing is the dots indicate where you have no parking signs, and then what that sign text say, whether it's no parking anytime or no parking here to corner. And then it shows you the pavement widths of the streets. So the red lines that are center lines down the streets, that's pavement width under 24 feet. Yellow is 25 to 27, and green is 28 and above. And so based on the guidelines that I showed you on the last screen, and then the dashed red lines are where parking has already been removed. So based on the guidelines that I showed you in on the last slide, those boxed red areas are segments that we would also potentially look at removing if we found there to be an issue there. So I've got kind of 4 that we can look at high level. If you all want to look at details, we can. But again, this policy would just be policy and would not be removing any parking.
Could you just stop right there and just back up to the previous one? So you're suggesting the ones that are boxed, like
Yes.
Shetland on the north side?
So the ones that are boxed fall within those guidelines, but do not have parking removed already.
Right, but you made a comment that staff could consider it. Well,
Yes.
so staff can initiate these as well as a citizen group that comes forward, right?
Yes, they can initiate an investigation,
Staff can.
and residents.
But if residents don't initiate it, staff could still initiate it, bring the residents into the discussion and take a look at it.
Yeah,
Or not.
yes, the process includes, that I outlined before, it includes an investigation, then it goes to the traffic management team. Based on what the traffic management team has, we do go for a public meeting of the area that would have parking removed prior to going to council, so that you would have all that information.
Okay.
And so it may be that in these areas where it's like, well, you've got a substandard street, but you still have parking on one side, that's something we could consider removing. It may be that that section of street functions just fine right now. And so there would be an investigation if that's something that council wanted the staff to look at, or if our folks already know that there's an operational issue out there.
Okay, thank you.
But the intent of the policy is not to proactively go out unless directed by council to remove parking on these streets based on those guidelines. They're just guidelines to use when you are considering parking removal.
So guidelines is the key word here. I mean, this will not, you've said it twice, it's not going to result in any removal of parking unless and until this policy is approved and either a group of residents or council or staff or a combination thereof come forward and say, we think parking should be removed from Main Street.
Yes.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
And that was actually the end of my presentation, so good timing. I have 4 slides that look like this.
Just run through the other slides so we can see them.
Okay, so this was kind of north side of south side. So you're along George Bush Drive. This is to the east.
But, yeah, really south of the north.
Yeah, and so this is just a small segment of what we consider south side too, all 4 of them together. But this, you can see Dexter running through. Dexter is a substandard street in most portions of it. And then the south there, you've got Luther Street in green and yellow towards the bottom there. It is a larger street. It already has parking removed on one side, but is not, that wouldn't be recommended for additional parking removal. At Southside, we're looking at this, one, because that was a focus of our last discussions and kind of where we ended up with council's direction, but also because it is the oldest neighborhood and has the most substandard streets. Most of our other neighborhoods, including Eastgate, have 27-foot wide streets in most portions.
This feels cautious, which I kind of like.
The recommendation, well, what council asked us to do was talk to our public safety and operations folks and say, what do y'all need? So that was kind of that ideal scenario. So we have where we are today, and our ideal would basically be, based on these street widths, we'd have no parking anywhere. But we understand that we need to provide parking in some scenarios, and so, and there is an opportunity where you can have public safety and parking. And so this is what we believe is that mix. And it is what the city has adopted for new neighborhoods, and it works with the street widths that are built already in the neighborhoods in College Station.
I'm going to go to West. Angus, 23 feet. None of these guidelines, as written, and consider whether or not there's sidewalks or curbs and gutters, bike paths.
Well,
or
part of the
anything.
consideration with the investigation would be where there are bike routes, because there are no bike lanes in this area, but bike routes, sidewalks, where there are no sidewalks, we understand people will be walking in the road. So those are all additional considerations.
Okay.
Schools? What
Yep.
about proximity to schools?
And certainly, I think, I don't recall if that's specifically called out, but I think any existing conditions in an area would be considered as part of the investigation. When you get closer to A&M Consolidated and to the intermediate and middle schools, you do get a lot more parking, especially in the morning and the afternoon, so there may be considerations there as well.
Okay, you said that was the end of your presentation? Okay, and we do have the document is in our packet with a red line. And, okay, I don't know whether council wants to make comments now, or we got a couple people who want to speak, and we'll let the people speak first, and then
I'll wait till afterwards.
we've sort of asked questions of staff as I went along. All right, I have several people, actually three, two for 3 minutes and Mr. Dupreece for 10. So I'm going to go in the order. Mr. Davis, please come forward. You have your, will be followed by Ainsley Broadwell, and I think that you're presenting kind of a coordinated.
That's correct.
Left-right punch, right?
Well, we hope so. Maybe we'll be additive to each other. But what we're talking about today is similar to what we sent to you a couple months ago. But in the version that I sent to each of you last week, we spelled out some of the variables that weren't mentioned in the first draft to make it a little more clear about where we believe the city should be going. But after the first meeting, we did invite the SGA to review the newer document that we'd produced before we talked to you guys. And we got their input. Ainsley actually came, met with us, took the feedback to the SGA, and that's why we're speaking sort of jointly tonight. Basically, the concept we're proposing is built around safety. It is proactive. The city's is more reactive. Ours is intentionally proactive. We believe that it can be applied to all areas of the city, rolled out an area at a time. And the variables that need to be considered, street width, which Jennifer mentioned, but also we looked at, as they did as well in determining street width, what's the width of a vehicle, what's the width of an emergency vehicle or a service vehicle, and so that's probably fairly consistent. But we also looked at where are the bike routes in the city. What parts of the city have sidewalks? What parts of the city do not have sidewalks, meaning, and what is their proximity to a school or the university, meaning that kids are either walking to school, scootering to school, taking their bikes to school, that sort of thing, and there's a greater need in those areas. We believe that congestion and density are also important factors in those considerations, but that any solution if it's going to pass the fairness test, it needs to be proactive. It needs to deliver a workable, safety-based solution for the entire city as we learn from each and every rollout as we roll further. And that we also believe strongly that progress can be made in all of the parking when the city, the SGA, organizations like CSAN, but also the university are involved in a more holistic situation, because the city can only do a part of it. It's going to require a lot of people if we're really going to address parking holistically. So that was our perspective. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We may have a question or two later, but let's move on with Ms. Ainsley Broadwell. Will be followed by Fred Dupriest.
Howdy, y'all. My name is Ainsley Broadwell, and I'm here representing Texas A&M Student Government Association. Thank y'all so much for the opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you to CSAN for the collaboration and all the thoughtful work that has led us here. Right now, College Station has no park and ride system serving Texas A&M. Because of that gap, tens of thousands of students that live off campus are left with two difficult options: pay for an expensive parking permit on campus, or park in the surrounding neighborhoods and walk or scooter to campus. And we know that creates real impacts for residents, emergency access, and safety, the exact concerns that have brought us to this point tonight. SGA believes one of the most effective and immediate tools we can add is a true park and ride system. This would give students a safe, affordable, and predictable way to get to campus without relying on congesting the neighborhood streets. We see two locations that can have an immediate impact: the Post Oak Mall, which has large, underused lots, which is already a transit-friendly destination, or the International Leadership Academy, which has significant parking and strong roadway access. These sites are examples of how we can create fast, low-cost relief by using what already exists rather than waiting years for new construction. SGA's message tonight is that the best solution will come from partnership. We recommend Texas A&M, the City of College Station, the City of Bryan, all work together to evaluate and create a park and ride option, starting with the existing lots to create the quickest benefit. At the same time, we encourage Texas A&M to begin planning and budgeting for long-term mobility strategies, including designated remote lots, expanded transit capacity, and increased on-campus housing options. Our goals are shared. Students need safe and affordable access to campus, and residents deserve safe, accessible neighborhoods. We believe a collaborative park and ride solution can move us towards both of those goals. Thank you all so much for your time, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Have you spoken to Texas A&M's Transit Division, Ms. Lawler?
We are working with the cabinet member who is in charge of campus improvement before pitching it to the administration.
Thank you. Okay, we may come back to you in a minute. Mr. Dupriest, you have a group you're representing, so you have 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my name's Fred Dupriest, and I live in the Southside NCO. And first, I'd like to thank those who yielded time, Oma Whataburger, B-Size, and I appreciate them being here tonight. The Southside NCO has been a large part of the discussion, so I wanted to specifically address some of the recommendations that we would have and we've talked as a neighborhood about. We and offer a model for how we should look at what it does to students when we remove parking from the street. And that is a concern to everyone. The NCO is doing very well. The city's been extraordinarily supportive, staff, and we have a very positive market identity, and we are transitioning and renewing, which is good for the city. At the same time, we have no desire to reduce the student content. The market is not going to attract more student investors, not at our pricing now. And that's a bit of a long story. I think everyone is of that opinion. But what does it do then if we don't want to impact the students, if we take parking off the street? And so the way I've modeled that, try to answer that, is to have modeled different lot sizes across the city. Looked at what houses are typical on those and looked at what parking might be typical of those. And I won't spend time on that. It depends on a lot of detail, but I think you can wave your hand and generalize it, and I'll put them into color-coded buckets. If you're any shade of red, you can have at least 6 vehicles on location. Our lots across the city are decent size. 6 vehicles, if you get beyond that, you're really starting to question other collateral effects on your street and your neighborhood if every house had 6 vehicles. So I think the fact that almost all of the city is red, truly. Now, you get down to green, which is 4 to 6 vehicles, without exceeding the 50% impervious coverage. This is what I'm building this on. For the front yard, or 55% for the overall lot, calculated above. This plot is a calculation of all 27,000 or so of our detached single-family homes individually. So you can kind of zoom in on this. 2 areas are yellow. You do not want to take parking off the street in yellow. And one of those is the barracks, which is designed for it. The other is McCullough. And we visited with those folks. The lots are so small, you cannot take parking off their street, or because they can't put what they need on their lot without violating those impervious coverage guidelines that I'm trying to build this around. If we zoom into the NCO area, the Southside NCO area, you do see the diversity of lot sizes that Ms. Prochaska talked about. So the screening that I've done is kind of a general screening, but I've gone and looked at every one of these individually and said, you know, was your screening kind of correct? Could you provide that much parking? What we heard from students was that if you take parking off the street, we have more people in our house than we have spots on the lot. And that's true of a number of houses. The question, though, really should be, is it because the owner of your house who's charging you rent is not providing you a place? They could under the impervious coverage, but they're choosing not to. Instead, they're essentially requiring the city to provide you a permanent place on the lot on city property for your vehicle that they are charging you rent to park. And I don't think philosophically the city, well, I think the city needs to think about that. Do you have an obligation to do that for a commercial rental operation? So when we looked at all the lots in Southside, all 257, virtually none of them would have current occupants have a problem of parking on the property if the owner of the property actually used their impervious coverage allotment. And that's really the bottom line. Taking all of the parking off the streets in the Southside NCO would not cause any student not to be able to park their car if the owners actually provided the parking that they can on the lot under the impervious coverage rules. So there are 2 properties that are an exception to that. One of them is mine, which can only fit 3. But, you know, all other, and one other, which is a single bedroom house. All others could fit 4. And most of our smaller lots can fit 6 even. And then you get bigger lots than that, and then it really takes off. So, you know, we went through and looked specifically at what we call the stealth dorm architecture. The black number on there is how many currently live there or have lived there. They've all been occupied illegally. We all know that. Most of them could fit at least as many. Like one house has 10, and they couldn't fit more than 10 because they've used all the impervious. But you get 6 could fit 8 if they needed to, 5 could fit 7, 9 currently could fit slots currently, but it could fit 12. You can see that these owners could provide more parking, even excess parking, you know, overnight parking for friends. And this is all looking at all 257 properties. The small lots are the ones where you get worried, those green colored lots. Those, half of them have never rented to more than 2 because they're 2 very small bedrooms in a very old small house. But those have a lot of room on the lot because the houses are so small, and they could actually add up to 4. You can't put more than 4 people in those houses. So the problem kind of adjusts itself with the lot sizes. The lot size is the story, because we put similar houses on similar lot sizes, and it leaves a similar amount of impervious coverage and parking if a rental owner were to choose to use it. So we go through all of these. The 2 smallest ones that could not fit 4 is a minimum target. Mine house and our house in the 1 bedroom. And then if you look at how much could these small lots fit if you tore down that shack, or am I constraining a future investor? And the answer is really not really, because if I had a fit per purpose house designed for a 6,250 square foot lot, it could fit 7 or 8 people. So our actual recommendations, I want to share that because I think that's an important observation for everybody involved in taking parking off the street. Now, we do have recommendations, specific 2 of them. We have another that was in a package, a draft package I sent out that I'm not doing tonight. Now that we understand what was presented tonight, we're going to back up and run through the staff process appropriately. And I'm not asking you to act on these tonight. We thought we were when we gave some people this package earlier. But that's not the process. We're not coming to you tonight. What we will recommend is that we remove parking on all of our country lanes that have no curb at all, because these are private yards that are getting torn up with the density of people that we have, the daytime parking, the people coming and walking to campus. They're on the yards, they're getting further and further off the yards. In dry weather, they park in the grass. And this is private property, but it's really tearing it up, and it's affecting that market identity of our neighborhood. These are the country lanes that everybody loves. It's why the students come here to walk their dogs and just get away from middle housing, basically. And it's being torn up. And all of these are less than 27 feet wide and would qualify on that alone. So we'd like to see that, but we also want to see Fairview dealt with differently. Fairview is scheduled right now, or proposed right now, to have one of those bike lanes. That will be coming to you in the spring. We would like the city to go ahead and look at what will that mean? What is it going to take to make Fairview that bike lane? Now, when the bike committee did this somewhat in isolation, I think they felt they could not take parking off the street. Or they ended up with the plan that left the parking that you see actually on the street with the bike lane inside of the parking, and one-way traffic on the street with the other lane. We would like to recommend to staff that they revisit that plan, not in the spring, but go ahead and revisit it right now and see if that doesn't result in a different plan. The knowledge that that bike lane is probably going in, and it's a question of Fairview anyway as to whether or not there's so much e-board, pedestrian, and bike traffic and game day foot traffic that that needs to be reassessed, but certainly in lieu of the bike plan. The 2 things need to be considered. So we still have 3 discussion points, I'd call it tonight. Plus, we will come to staff with another recommendation about more specific recommendation now that we've seen what staff is proposing. And we'll have a chance to look at that, and we can come back with maybe more detail later. Thank you, and I think the key takeaway here is that we do not affect the student housing in the houses in Southside, and they're representative of the city. If we remove all street parking, and we're not saying to do that at all. I'm a very strong proponent the city should be providing a lot more housing for students, and it should be a proactive PDD-related neighborhood, student neighborhood. I'm a strong proponent of that. So, and we don't have any resistance to having students in the neighborhood. But we also want to maintain the market identity that we have, and with that which we are growing, and we think it's a huge benefit to College Station. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DePriest. Appreciate your presentation. I'm going to ask council to deliberate. As they do, they may ask 1 or 2 of you to answer a question. Very thoughtful presentations. Lots of ideas out there. Let me see what the council view is, and as indicated, we don't have to make a decision tonight, but we certainly should express some of our views and concerns. And I'd like to start with Councilmember Schaefer, and we'll work back this way.
Thanks, Mayor. So Jennifer, just help me understand. I think I do, but I'm sorry, I'll clarify. So this is something you all are putting forward, and for example, if what we just heard from Mr. DePriest, the NCO, for example, the conservation overlay, if a group wanted to come together and talk to you all about that, you'd sit down and you'd look at these red boxes and possibly other areas and think about what, if anything, might be changed related to parking removal. Is that kind of what you're thinking?
Yes, and so those red boxes, and you said possibly more, yes, more if it was operational or public safety concerns, we would look at those as well. And we would investigate, put together kind of a recommendation from the investigation. That traffic management team would take a look at it, provide a recommendation. We would hold a public meeting for everybody that might be affected by those, and then we would bring that question to the council.
Okay. I mean, I guess just as somebody, I think as the member of council who has a lot of experience in this neighborhood, you know, I grew up in this neighborhood and I've lived in this neighborhood for 30 years. I live a little more to the east side on Pershing, but I've seen a lot of change in it, and I appreciate this opportunity, and I really appreciate what SGA has done with CSAN. I think that's great that you guys sat down together and worked on some of this, and it sounds like some of the things you all have worked out could be really positive. I really appreciate the transit situation, Ainsley, that you talked about. Maybe there's a really good opportunity to do something there, because we definitely need to be thinking about how students access Texas A&M. And I think we also need to be thinking about what Fred talked about, this sort of what is the identity of the South Side area, and how do we conserve some of that? The neighborhood conservation overlay, the idea was to conserve that. And you remember, Jennifer, years ago, we went through the process of trying to create a more, for lack of a better way of putting it, strict historic district, and that just blew up on us because a bunch of people got really irritated by the fact they thought that we were going to tell them, the city was going to tell them what color to paint their house and some other things that seemed over the top to them. I think there was a lot of misunderstanding there. The staff did a great job working with the community on that, but it just didn't work. Eventually, we got the NCO, the conservation overlay, which Fred's referring to, which the attempt was to maintain some kind of an identity in the neighborhood. Now, parking relates to that, because if you do, as I think we have some agreement here among everybody, that if you have cars everywhere, it does change the aesthetic of the neighborhood. It changes the feel of the neighborhood. It feels like, if it's like that all the time, it's sort of like car litter. You know, it's just everywhere you look, you see cars. So it makes a difference in the way the place feels. I think the safety piece, of course, the operational piece is important, and in terms of getting emergency vehicles through, having function for garbage trucks. I mean, there are issues with cans, et cetera, and there's a whole bunch of stuff there. But it's also this idea of when these neighborhoods were developed, sidewalks were not in the picture. There are no sidewalks, and it's anecdotal. I haven't studied it, but I'll tell you, there are a lot of people who walk the streets in this neighborhood regularly. I mean, all the time. I can sit on my front porch in the evening and see 10 groups of 4 young women walking the streets of my neighborhood. No sidewalks to do it. We're also seeing a ton of new e-vehicles, scooters, one-wheels, as well as the older vehicles like bicycles that are being used in this neighborhood to access campus, as well they should be. Those are great additions to the transportation system. But when we put them on the streets, moving at relatively high speeds, I would add, we create another safety concern when it comes to having cars that interfere with that ingress and egress, and the dooring situation and all kinds of things that can happen. So I think it's a complicated situation, and that extends, that safety thing extends too to pinch points. One of the pinch points that I experience regularly is trying to turn off of Holloman and onto Dexter at the top of Dexter there. And I believe parking is still allowed on one side there. Yes. There are sometimes you have to wait. You can't turn because there are trucks parked on both sides and somebody trying to get out. It's just, it's not only not safe, it's just completely inconsistent, really difficult to make it work. And so those kind of things, I've got neighbors who talk about intersections where, you know, people park close to the edge. I know we've got some places where you're not supposed to park from here to the intersection, but a lot of other places where that's not the case, and people can't see around cars to make safe progress into the intersection. So I mean, I have, you know, as you can tell, pretty strong feelings about this because of my experience in the area, and I guess I'm hopeful that the staff will be willing to work with residents and students and others to figure out some solutions to this that will help safety, they'll help identity in the area, and give people an opportunity to exist here in ways that give them good access to the campus too. You know, I think, yeah. Anyway, I'll kind of stop there. There's a lot to be said here, and I appreciate you all doing this work and helping to figure it out. And now I hope that we can continue the work with people in the area to see how we can make things change for the better. Thanks.
Mr. Shaver, could I just ask a question here to kind of elaborate a little bit, because the NCO has been discussed. Is there a suggestion that something could be, the NCO could be amended to include a different kind of parking guidelines as distinct from the rest of the city?
Well,
I'm just curious. I don't have this well thought out, but
Parking would be removed from the streets through a parking removal process, not through zoning.
well, an NCO is an overlay, and you're saying that parking could not be considered in an NCO.
I, off the top of my head, would say no, you cannot consider on-street parking through the zoning.
That's an answer to the question I had. You don't think it could be done that way? It had to be done in a
Yeah,
more.
but you could look at the NCO area and the streets within that area and amend that no parking schedule if that was what the council.
No, I was thinking much more specifically, and you've answered the question.
Okay.
Thank you.
But I appreciate that, John, and I think that's the way I would look at it, is the way Jennifer just stated it, is this is an NCO. There was a lot of time and energy put into creating that NCO. It's supposed to do something for the neighborhood that keeps a unique identity. So it makes sense to look at that area as at least a starting point for maybe slightly more restrictive parking.
Okay, thank you. Excuse me for butting in, but Mr. Yancey, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of unintended consequences with parking. I'm never really comfortable when we do things with parking, because whether it's Ponderosa or the gentleman that spoke during here, visitors today, it seems to always strike people differently, the real world ramifications of the decisions that we make. And so after initially being shocked by and kind of taken aback when I read this policy, I see it now. And I think it's I think what I was missing was that guidelines word, guidelines. And so I see the flexibility in here. And I feel like this is kind of, in its way, opposite of the PDD issue we heard earlier. So rather than ratcheting down, we're kind of opening up, giving people their say and making decisions at the margin. To Ainsley, I'd say I was rough on you at a prior meeting, and politics is a blood sport, I guess, but I like how you're thinking. I like looking down from 50,000 feet at a problem, and it amazes me how we make all of these decisions in a complete vacuum from my beloved alma mater and what they're doing. And we're over here doing everything we can to try to control this and fix that and do this, and maybe not a complete vacuum, but it just feels like, you know, if they're not a part of the solution, we're going to be playing whack-a-mole with it forever. Thanks, Lloyd, CSAN, Ainsley SGA, Fred with the South Side, and Jennifer for this great policy. I'm in support of it just to see how it goes. Y'all keep your plans and all the hard work and all the data mining that you did. Now you'll have an opportunity to roll it out, maybe not broad scale, but piecemeal, and see how it works. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. McElhaney.
I'm going to be very brief, Mayor. I think this is a great first step. I think ultimately I would like to see something a little bit more proactive in nature than reactive. But I do think this is a really good first step, making sure that our operations and first responders can get to where they need to get. So where'd she go? Jennifer?
Ainsley, she's back here. You can't see her because of the...
I really like Ainsley's idea of the park and ride. That is phenomenal. I think we have some property around the Macy's building, maybe. Could be a start. But anyway, I think that that looking at new ideas like the park and ride would be, and it may not be a new one. This is the first time I've heard of it here, unless it's like park at the mall and go to Wolf Pen or something. So, good thoughts all around. And I'm always astounded by the data that Mr. DePriest brings forward. The impervious cover analysis is kind of eye-opening. It is possible to provide more parking, and I don't think we've ever looked at it from that perspective.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're right.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with my colleagues. I think that I love the policy. I think it's great. I think it's a great start. I think the key, though, is working together, right? Working together with A&M, working together with the neighborhoods. I think that's the foundation. If nothing else comes out of this, I hope we can definitely make that happen. Mr. Dupree, I think you have enlightened me on some of this stuff. You don't talk about width of streets. You don't talk about safety. You just talk about commercial investors and what their lot size is. I think it's fascinating. I was super intrigued by that. I support it. I think it's great. I think it's a good first step. Once again, the guidelines. I like the action steps that you have created to make any changes. Definitely like the public input aspect of that as well. So very good. I support it.
Mr. Wright?
I'll try to be brief as well. I support this. Don't necessarily support exploring further ventures about a park and ride. I don't think that's the city's responsibility at all. And I think that that's something that if A&M chooses to see as a necessity, that is solely up to them. There is two bus systems within town. I don't see what a park and ride would really facilitate, because we're not making accommodations for any other place in the city where we remove parking. I don't understand why we would need to be on the hook for that. But this is really smart we've put forward here, and I look forward to the citizen-initiated removals.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Mayor. I also agree. This is a good policy. I like this great criteria for considering parking removal. I understand that this policy adopted doesn't mean all of a sudden every 27-foot wide street's going to have the parking removed from one side. This is a toolbox for us to use when we have a parking problem. We can use these criteria to evaluate it and use it as a basis for making that decision. And I think that's exactly the right kind of tool that we need. I appreciate the data that Mr. DePriest has provided, and no, I don't think that we should be responsible. The city shouldn't be responsible to provide parking for a for-profit business. They should be providing their parking for their customers. It shouldn't be up to us to do that. And so that's something to work on. And we need, I do realize that if we did that all at once, the students, the current occupants in those houses are left high and dry without a parking place. And there's a transition that has to happen, and I'm not sure how to do that yet, but I think it's something that we need to work on. I like the park and ride option. They've done it for football games. I don't know why they can't do it, all the weekdays. But it's something that the university transit needs to do, and I agree. Thank you.
Let me add my thoughts to this. First, on the park and ride, if the university's going to do this, you know why they're doing it. Because they want to eliminate parking spots on campus, not because they want to help parking near the campus. As a matter of fact, as they remove parking spaces on campus, which I think is a strategic goal, and I'm not necessarily arguing with it, but I think they would say, well, we need park and ride then, because we're going to take parking lots away from students on the campus, whether it's around Reed Arena or whether it's other areas. That sort of in the future, I think, Ainsley, when you talk to them about it, I think it isn't necessarily a solution to parking in the south side or near the campus, because I think those people are going to go there because it's convenient to have a car within the distance of their motorized scooter, which they can then leave the campus, go wait tables at some restaurant for 3 hours at lunchtime, come back, find a parking place, pull their scooter out, and go back to the afternoon lab. That's how I always thought I saw how students operated, because so many of them work, and they do need a car to get to work. The buses system just doesn't always accommodate what they need. Anyway, that's an idea. And I learned the words country lane here from Mr. Dupriest. I thought that's interesting. Maybe that is a standardized description. Frankly, I think there's some merit to the idea of looking at those country lanes, because I think that where you don't have the curb and gutter, you don't have sidewalks, clearly the policy we're talking about needs to incorporate that into the discussion. With respect to the comments, I think that a couple people made about the analysis of Mr. Dupriest, I'm not sure. I like the mathematics. I always like that sort of stuff, but imposing this on the whole city, and he's not proposing that. He's not proposing that at all. He's done it as a mental exercise so he could kind of say, hey, there is land there, but I think the imposing of the costs on citizens across the city might push back too much on that. Plus, even though you've got imperviable surfaces there, it's nice to have extra impervious surfaces or pervious surfaces and not take more of it away, even though you could fit those spaces in there. I do think there's a kind of a creative idea with all of Fairview. I thought bringing that up, we ought to just think about what you could do on Fairview as a city to kind of make a really interesting, walkable, approachable, attractive, major access point from the south. And I don't know exactly how you do all of that to make everything fit, but having cars parking all along that on both sides probably doesn't work. I agree with Mr. Smith's comment about you can't do this all at once, because you got to consider the fact that there's a lot of people parking there for good reasons. Regarding the policy, Ms. Prohaska, I think I want to emphasize we have a policy, and what you've done is you've taken that policy and elaborated it, and the red line copy kind of shows where more detail and more proactive aspects are enclosed in it or included in it. So I think the council shouldn't look at that as though we never had a policy, because we have had a policy. This is just elaborating it and maybe making it more active and useful. So coming out of all of this, as I kind of wrap it up, I don't see that we're adopting anything tonight, but I do see a lot of interesting ideas here that can be pursued. Mr. Schaefer was talking more explicitly about some specific things I think he wanted to see done. Mr. Yancey says, let's not push it too far. Let's leave some flexibility in this.
Well, the policy does. Why wouldn't we adopt the policy tonight?
Well, we could, unless people feel like they want to go stronger than what the policy provides. The policy provides a vehicle, I agree, but it doesn't necessarily address some of the more specific things that some council members have suggested they wanted. I'm not opposed to adopting the policy tonight, but I think there's some more things that we need to be doing beyond that. That's all.
Council can obviously do it at once, but I would say that when we put this in place, I think it's been said, if you want to do more, you always can. Doing this now upsets these parameters that we can then utilize. If you want to come back and do something more, then you can come back and do something more. It's not necessarily an either or. If you felt like this was too much, somehow it set parameters that were too restrictive or too free or whatever it was, then that would be one thing.
I didn't hear any opposition.
I agree with that.
Policy.
I agree. I think the policy, from my standpoint, Mayor, I know I said some specific things, but I think those specific things can be worked out with groups bringing it back would, like Fred mentioned, you know, if we come back with the NCO idea and we work out some other details, then that can be done later. But I like the basic policy. And just one more point, to the point about Fairview. Fairview and Montclair have both been studied pretty extensively by the staff, transportation staff, and they're going to come forward with some ideas about how those would be into and away from campus routes for bike ped and micromobility. So I think some of the parking things can be worked out with that process as we get into it on the Bike Ped and Greenways Council.
So how does the council feel? Is there a general agreement? Let's adopt it. Chair will entertain a motion then.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made by Councilman Yancey, seconded by Councilman Schaefer to approve the policy as proposed by Ms. Prohaska as the cornerstone of this item. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Is there anything else you want to provide direction on beyond this, or?
Leave your door open to Mr. Davis and Mr. DePriest and Ms. Ainsley. And
Well, I hope that those ideas that they brought forward will be discussed. It sounds like Mr. Schaefer wants to have some further discussion as well on some ideas he has. We have a transportation, what is the name of that committee? Mobile? No. You're in charge of the PED bicycle.
Yeah, mine's Bike Ped Greenways, yeah, which is kind of an active transportation group.
And Mark has the parent committee, which is the transportation.
Yes.
Council Transportation Committee, right? So I would think those two bodies, working with staff, would help elaborate more ideas. So if there isn't any further discussion, comments, then I think we can move on to thank all of you that spoke to us. Fred, Lloyd, Ainsley, thank you for bringing ideas forward, and we're moving on, and particularly Ms. Prohaska, thank you for your work. All right, we're moving on, and we've done 9.3. We're moving to items of community interest in the council calendar. Council calendar should be attached to the, not only up there on the screen, but hard copy for council members is attached to your back of your packet. Any items of community interest that anybody wants to bring up? One thing I did notice that, I don't know whether it's on this calendar or not. No, probably not. There's a public hearing, not a public hearing, engagement session that TxDOT is doing on Highway 30. What day is that? Is that on this calendar?
December 9th.
December 9th TxDOT meeting. I want to highlight that because that is a major part of the city that they're actually seriously planning some substantial changes there. So that public meeting is one that I want to encourage everyone to go to. Any other comments? Seeing nothing on item 10 from any council member, we move to reports on committees, boards, and commissions.
Had a great presentation at Intergovernmental with the BVCOG from Mr. Michael Ostrowski, Chief Development Officer with the city. A lot of exciting things suddenly in the hopper, and I believe moving in the right direction, and it was a very well-received presentation, and he did very good.
Very good. Any other comments on committee meetings? Seeing none, we'll move to item 12, which is future agenda items, a review of standing list. The standing list is on the back side of the packet that you were put in front of you. Looks like December 11th is going to be, we do the service awards. Remember, we're starting at 3 o'clock on that day because we do service awards, which is organized through staff. And then we've got 3 other items on the workshop. And there's only one meeting in December, so we'll probably have several other things that need to be addressed that coming to executive committee as well. And board appointments, I want to add a point. City Secretary tells me that there's still some vacancies that we do not have enough applicants to fill. So if we can, through those that are watching, which probably isn't very many people tonight, but through the word of mouth and network of the council, you can encourage people to go online, look at the at those opportunities, and ask them if they would consider applying, because we do need people to share the workload, and that's what committees do. Seeing nothing on item 12, and it's not yet, oh, it's just exactly 11 o'clock, I declare this meeting adjourned.
Mayor, you didn't do future agenda items, did you?
Oh, did you? Yeah, I did say future agenda.
Oh, and I missed it. I
Okay,
apologize.
no, I asked, but I'll retract the adjournment. and go back to item-
Towing, been getting a lot of, late spring, no rush, towing, predatory towing practices
You
I've
want
been
an
hearing.
update on the city's,
Towing policy.
the
yes, sir.
city's towing policy or towing by private?
Well, both. I mean, it's,
Most of the comments I get are from private tows from private,
and that's what I was referring to.
okay, private tows from private properties.
Yeah, have we set it, just a workshop, have we set an environment that's encouraging predatory practices? Is there anything we can do to curtail it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
Anybody else interested in that topic enough to have a workshop? I think it's worthy of having an update from city with respect to our city towing practices, which is pretty well established and not been,
We can certainly present it. I mean, the short answer is we really don't regulate towing that way. But we can, I mean, if it's that case, it won't be a super long workshop. But if people want to understand the components, we can bring that.
but I think police get some calls even though they're private.
We have our piece of that. But I think what you see normally is.
And
is
not
our-
one of those calls I've had have been relative to municipal
Yeah,
towing.
there are other stuff. But we can come and lay that out.
Introduce the topic.
What the
and-
differences are and
And it gives the council a forum on which they can address the concerns that they
Yeah, and I
hear.
can send you guys some stuff already, and then we can put it on there. And if you guys decide, hey, you don't need it, then fine. But it's not a big deal to explain it.
Okay,
That works.
thank you. Now, if there is no future agenda items, we are adjourned. And it's still 11 o'clock by my calendar.